down.
Say it again. Just kidding.
Okay, everyone. Today is August 26th. It is 9:02 a.m. and we are here for our regularly scheduled BOCC meeting at the Doña County Government Center. At this time, we do have first on our agenda a moment of silence. And if you're able, if you'll please stand and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, Commissioner Sanchez, you are online. Can you hear us, sir?
I can.
Perfect.
Good morning.
Good morning. Brandy, if you can please roll call the commission for determination of quorum.
Commissioner Gameros.
Present.
Commissioner Reynolds.
Here.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Present.
Vice Chair Chaparro. Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Here. We do have quorum. The commission convenes as the Board of County Commissioners and the County Board of Finance in open session. Mr. Andrews, is there any changes to the agenda this morning?
Good morning, sir. Good morning, everyone. I do want to add one item, and that's to formalize the September 23rd meeting that we were going to have to move because we won't have quorum that day. So I'd like to suggest, per previous conversations, to move to the 19th of September.
Okay. What number is that again?
To move the September 23rd meeting to September 19th.
Okay, so the September 23rd meeting, yes. We will be moving to September the 19th, which is Friday.
Yes, sir.
Same time?
Yes, sir.
Same place?
Same bat time, same bat channel.
I'll be in this exact same seat. Okay. Do we need to do anything for that, sir, or is it just a generalized announcement?
No, just want to formalize it with the board.
All right. Perfect. Commissioners, any questions on that? Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chair, I believe to make that a formal change, you need to do a motion.
Okay. So we do have a need to move the meeting from the 23rd of September to the 19th of September due to a need for quorum because we will not have quorum that day. Commissioners, can I just get a quick motion and a second on moving that meeting to the 19th?
So moved. Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Gametos and a second by Commissioner Reynolds. Any questions? And let the record reflect that Vice Chair Chaparro joined at 9:05 this morning. So we do have all commissioners present. Brandy, if you can take a roll call on moving the meeting to the 19th, just for formalities.
Commissioner Gameros.
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaparro.
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes. Okay, so the meeting, for everyone's knowledge, will be moving from the 23rd of September to the 19th of September. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Andrews. Any
sir.
other changes?
No other changes, sir.
Okay. Up next is the consent agenda, where the board will be applied to approve by one motion items number 1 through 14 on the consent agenda. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Okay, Commissioner Gametos made a motion.
Second.
And a second by Commissioner Reynolds. Any comments, questions, or concerns? Seeing none, Brandy, if you'll roll call the,
Mr. Chair,
yes.
I have,
Chair.
thank you. I had a couple of calls regarding number 6, for the outdoor ice rink, and I was told that a couple of members of the public might be here to address that issue.
Number
So if we-
6 is a resolution authorizing a submittal of Water Trust Board
Okay,
funding.
wrong one, wrong agenda, thank you. The agenda item, I have the old agenda with me.
Chair.
Yes.
Chair and Commissioner, or Vice Chair Chaparro, as you requested our agenda review, we did have that item pulled. It is now reflected as item 20, and we'll have a formal presentation and approval.
Thank you, I
You're welcome.
appreciate it.
Can one of our ACMs grab Vice Chair updated agenda from the back? Oh, okay. Okay, any other comments or questions? Seeing none, Brandy?
Commissioner Gamados?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaparro?
Yes,
Chair Saljo Hernandez.
Yes, motion passes, consent agenda is approved. Brandy, if you can go ahead with those numbers.
Item number 14, I apologize, item number 4, resolution number 2025-92. Item number 6, 2025-93. Item number 8, 2025-94. Item number 13, 2025-95.
Perfect, thank you, Brandy. Moving on, we do have our employee recognition portion of our agenda where the commission will recognize Doña County employees for their years of service to Doña County. And we do have our Assistant County Manager here, Ms. Weir, to introduce everyone.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. We have 3 anniversaries that we would like to recognize today, starting with Ms. Joy Chavez. She has recently been promoted to the Deputy Manager of the Office of Emergency Management. Our second recognition is Mr. Abel Guzman. He is with the Clerk's Office and is one of our voting machine technicians. Mr. Balsan Chavez is a signing technician with our Roads Department, and he has 25 years of service. And last but not least, if I could have Lieutenant Scott Bayless come join me. He is retiring from Doña County this year. Morning. How are you doing? Lieutenant Scott Bayless began his distinguished career with Doña County Sheriff's Office in August of 2005 as a DASO cadet. In January of 2006, he was appointed to DASO Deputy 1, serving with professionalism and dedication. By March 2009, he advanced to DASO Deputy K9, working in one of the most specialized and demanding assignments in the department. His leadership abilities continued to grow, and in July 14 and January 21, he was temporarily assigned to serve as a DASO Sergeant. On January 30th, 2022, he was formally promoted to DASO Sergeant. And finally, on July 2023, Scott reached the pinnacle of his career with his promotion to DASO Lieutenant. As the graveyard shift lieutenant, Scott supervised approximately 24 deputies, ensuring smooth, effective operations during the most challenging hours. Known as the go-to guy, he has a well-earned reputation for tackling any issue with insight and a solid plan, and for his willingness to jump in and assist with any task when needed. In addition to his shift leadership, Scott has served as the lieutenant overseeing the department's wellness program, which includes the peer support team, crisis intervention training, and wellness training for all staff. His efforts have fostered a culture of care, resilience, and mental health awareness within the agency. Scott also held the vital role of bomb squad commander, demonstrating calm, skill, and precision in high-risk, high-stakes operations. When reflecting on his nearly 2 decades of service, Scott credits his greatest success to his team, a group whose effectiveness, unity, and professionalism have made his leadership both rewarding and meaningful. His supervisor, Captain Sanchez, who has known Scott for 20 years and was his academy classmate, shared these words: "He has always been the epitome of a professional. As a supervisor, he was respected and admired by his subordinates." In retirement, Scott looks forward to spending more time hunting, fishing, and competing in dirt bike racing. Above all, he is excited to create as many memories as possible with his first grandson, born in July. Lieutenant Bayless' career is a testament to dedication, service, and integrity, leaving behind a legacy that will be remembered by colleagues, the department, and the community for years to come. Congratulations, Lieutenant Bayless, on your retirement, and thank you.
I did. You're welcome.
Okay, while we finish up that, the next item on the agenda is item number 15, which is to proclaim September as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month in Doña County.
Congratulations.
Do we have any individuals here for this proclamation? Come on up. And to get us kicked off, I'll just kind of start with a couple talking points. September was designated Childhood Cancer Awareness Month by the American Childhood Cancer Association more than 50 years ago. Today, we want to increase awareness about the devastating disease, especially challenging because it affects children. Children who have cancer need blood donations, tests, treatment, and much more to help them fight the disease. SNM Families Fighting Childhood Cancer's mission is to support families in New Mexico facing childhood cancer by providing financial assistance, resources, and community support, while also advocating for better research and treatment options. They have organized a Gold Out Week with Las Cruces Public Schools. Gold Out Local High School fame, blood drives, cornhole tournament, fundraiser, and a cheer for a cause, and go gold at City Hall. Erica Kelly is an active member of the group and is here today to receive the proclamation and tell us more about their efforts. Please help me welcome Ms. Kelly, Rachel Pena, the Ortiz family, and Marissa Robles. Welcome. Go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you. My name is Marissa Robles. I'm here with the Ortiz family and the Hausman family here in honor of receiving the proclamation today for childhood cancer. This is our third year with Doña County that has invited us to receive this proclamation. Our organization is very honored to be here to share our mission. As you have heard, we started as just a few moms meeting up, supporting each other as we navigate our journeys. This has turned into finding purpose in our pain. Our mission, of course, is to support families in New Mexico facing childhood cancer by providing financial assistance, resources, and community support, while also advocating for better research and treatment options. In the 3 years, we have organized our Gold Out Week with, of course, Las Cruces Public Schools, a Gold Out game with 2 local high schools, 6 blood drives, a cornhole tournament fundraiser, Cheer for a Cause, and Go Gold at City Hall. Our most recent accomplishment was providing local families with supplemental gift cards, gifting the Children's Hospital with large items such as wagons, headphones, and earbuds. Each of us know what it has been like the first weeks of the diagnosis. These gifts can provide a family with a sense of solidarity almost amongst the childhood cancer community. We look forward to another successful year, including partnering with Icebox for a commemorative brew, collective glass, with a portion of the proceeds being donated. We thank you for your support, and we hope to see you at our events.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lopez?
Mr. Chair, the proclamation reads, whereas childhood cancer is a devastating disease that affects the lives of thousands of children and their families each year. And whereas, despite tremendous progress in the field of medicine, childhood cancer continues to be a leading cause of death among children, and the need for further research and awareness remains critical. And whereas, the impact of childhood cancer extends beyond the child to their families, friends, and the entire community. Groups like Southern New Mexico Families Fighting Childhood Cancer exist to bring awareness about childhood cancer in an effort to increase research funding and better treatment and care for kids. And whereas during Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, we honor the brave children who have battled cancer, support those currently fighting the disease, and remember those who have lost their lives to this terrible illness. And whereas we recognize the dedicated health professionals, researchers, and organizations who work tirelessly to find a cure for childhood cancer and improve the quality of life for young cancer patients. And whereas raising awareness about childhood cancer and the importance of early detection can lead to improved outcomes and a brighter future for affected children, one way the Commission will shine a light on this worthy cause is by going gold with lights on at the Government Center in support of families who are actively fighting childhood cancer. County Manager Scott Andrews hereby proclaims Childhood Cancer Awareness Month this 26th day of August 2025. So congratulations, and if you can join us right up in here in front.
Come on up.
Like you're a family.
Commissioner Shelter, can you go to your right just a little bit? Perfect. Got it, thank you.
Okay. Thank you for that, everyone. The next part of our commission meeting is going to be our public input portion. For our public input, we have a white, I just noticed that our little thing is not centered, which is gonna bother me this whole meeting. Our public comment portion, there is a white binder to the left-hand side. If you can please join us up front. Public comment portion is for generalized comment. If you are looking to speak or give comment on any other agenda items, if you will please wait until that agenda item comes before the BOCC, and we will call for public comment at that time. We do have 3 minutes on this handy dandy little countdown thingy over here. It's new to me as it is new to you, so this should be fun.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name's Jim Hurst. George Washington said these words in 1790 to the Jewish community in Newport, Rhode Island. Quote, "For happily the government of the United States, which gives to bigotry no sanction, to persecution no assistance, requires only that those who live under its protection should demean themselves as good citizens in giving it on all occasions their effectual support. To religious bigotry, no sanction. To religious persecution, no assistance." End quote. There's something very un-American about religious bigotry and persecution, which can take many forms. Mr. Veith, who has every right to his religious beliefs, his opinions, and to express his opinions, stated that the floods that struck Vado and left up to 600 families homeless were a consequence of the vote of this commission to end the practice of prayer before these proceedings. Mr. Veith quoted the scripture that said he, meaning God, caused the rain to fall on the just and the unjust. Veith pointed out that the flooding occurred in 4 out of 5 districts, that the commissioners who voted to end the opening prayer. He pointed out that Commissioner Suzanne Chaparro's district was spared the flooding, presumably because she voted no. One of the main ways to persecute and vilify religious minorities is to blame them for natural disasters. No, Mr. Chairman, the county commissioners who stood up for the separation of church and state did not cause 600 families to be flooded out of their homes. Some may see their God as such a vindictive character, but that says more about them than God. I resent most deeply being blamed for natural disasters, and I believe such accusations are born of superstition and serve to promote fear and prejudice against religious minorities. Again, Mr. Veith has the right to believe as he chooses and to speak his mind. He has the right to hate whom he hates and to speak his hatred. He has the right to be a bigot and to express his bigotry. But according to George Washington, such bigotry is un-American. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is George Pearson. I'm chair of the MPO's Bicycle and Pedestrian Facilities Advisory Committee, but I'm not speaking for them, and I'm here on my own behalf. Last Tuesday, the BPAC held a work session to look at trails in the MPO area. The MPO has the city taking up much of its focus, which is significant, but only a portion of the county. To properly consider how trails can contribute not only to recreation, but also to transportation, the county needs a master trails plan. We need to identify areas that need trails and to determine priorities when opportunities to build trails become available. You will be discussing GO bonds, and trails need to be part of that discussion. I think it's clear we need a county master trails plan, but where is the money that would fund this? Fortunately, there is a grant opportunity with Trails Plus from the New Mexico Outdoor Economics Division. A master trail plan would determine priorities. Is building a dam-to-dam trail from Mesilla to Leesburg a better choice than maybe starting the Rio Grande Trail from Sunland Park and heading north? Maybe there are better opportunities in Chaparral or Hatch. A county master trail plan would give guidance and funding, and the funding opportunity from the Outdoor Economics Division makes this feasible. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Commission, Juan Garcia. My personal views include a relationship with my Creator and what consenting adults of legal age and within the boundaries of the law do is a private matter. But I have an issue with political hypocrisy. 23 April 2023, when in reference to the National Day of Prayer, the chairman stated, and I quote, "It has been brought to my attention that it makes some county employees uncomfortable, including myself," end of quote. Perfectly stated comment, although some would consider those comments from an elected official as biased or even hateful towards the Christian faith. No outrage from anybody on the dais. Let's continue. On July 22nd, 2025, Commissioner Sanchez defended the decision to cut prayer from the agenda in part by claiming that no Muslim or Hindu, etc., had ever given the invocation. Did any of these commissioners ever invite Muslims, etc., to come in here? Did they make this faith welcome? If inclusivity really matters, and the commission knew other religions were not attending, why didn't they act on it? Then the Commissioner Sanchez, shifted to stating the BOCC will join LCPS school board and council with no prayer on the agenda. Is that something to brag about or feel good about? Perhaps. Now those opposing all prayer in government center are happy. Of course, elections have consequences, and the commissioner made sure his base was happy. The chair is open about his same-sex marriage, very public, a matter of public record. Listen carefully to the quote Commissioner Sanchez took from Facebook, made by a citizen in response to a resolution removing prayer from the agenda. And how the commissioner twisted the words to incite passion. And I quote, "When the homosexual persuasion of the county commission chairman represents only a small subset of the population of the county and the world, he may unintentionally marginalize residents of different backgrounds, such as by banning prayers of the faithful from widely held religions to which homosexuality is abnormal. If I had to sit through a long video about the pioneer of gay marriage at a county commissioner meeting, they can sit through a short prayer. Do you hear any hate or attempts to dehumanize anyone? The chair feels uncomfortable with prayer? It's okay. If this citizen feels uncomfortable with same-sex marriage, okay. So where does the dehumanizing aspect come in, or the hate? Or did Commissioner Sanchez use this quote to score political points? In my opinion, it's political hypocrisy, plain and simple. Thank you.
My name is Virginia Herrick. I live in Las Cruces, which is in the Chihuahuan Desert. From 99 until 2010, I volunteered in a visitor center in Big Bend National Park, which is also in the Chihuahuan Desert. As a member of that visitor center, we had many people would come in, and we'd tell them how important it was to conserve water, because this was a desert. Also, I did an interpretive talk on what happened to the grasslands of Big Bend. Well, it just happened that the Big Bend didn't become a park until after the Second World War. But the railroad came in much earlier, and they wanted to make money. So what did they do? They encouraged people to come and raise their cattle on that land. What happened? The grass used to be as high as a horse. Well, the grasslands disappeared. There was and they encouraged people even from Europe to come. So, and those grasslands can't come back. We don't have the rain. And so what's going to happen if we bring a company in that uses quite a bit of water that I understand? Well, you know, we can survive here without the grasslands, but we can't survive without water. So please keep in mind, I know we're even concerned about the oil fracking here, which uses water. So when you're considering AI, please keep in mind the use of water, because we could lose our water and then we couldn't be here anymore.
Good morning. And just really quickly, if we are talking on any one agenda item, if we can just please wait until that agenda item comes up.
Good morning, and thank you for the blessing. We heard in here that you can't become a Christian by reading a book, but that person obviously never read the Bible. So some scripture from Luke 23:39 through 43. One of the criminals hanging beside him scoffed, "So you're the Messiah, are you? Prove it by saving yourself and us too while you're at it." The other criminal protested, Do you not fear God, even when you have been sentenced to die? We deserve to die for our crimes, but this man hasn't done anything. Then he said, "Jesus, remember me when you come into your kingdom." And Jesus replied, "I assure you, today you will be with me in paradise." This guy did two things. He repented by saying he was the Messiah. He showed that he believed in Jesus, and he repented because he scolded his friend who was criticizing him. He didn't go out and feed any homeless people. He didn't go out and heal any sick people. He just said, "I believe, and take me to paradise." Or remember when you come into the kingdom, and Jesus said, "I'll take you into paradise." Mark 1:15, this is the words of Jesus. "The time is fulfilled and the kingdom of God is near. Repent and believe in the gospel." That's it. Repent and believe. The gospel being the good news. The good news is John 3:16. "For this is how God so loved the world, that he gave his one and only Son, so that everyone who believes in him will not perish but have eternal life." And then Romans 10:13 says, "For everyone who calls on the name of the Lord will be saved." Heavenly Father, I pray that you would give our county leaders godly wisdom, that they would lead this county in a manner pleasing to you. I pray that anyone here that isn't in this room, Lord, that isn't a believer of you, that you would drag them to the cross. And Lord, for those those that don't want to follow you, that won't bend the knee, let them be cast out. In Jesus' name, amen. And there's no hate there. There is no hate there.
Good morning, Commissioners. Mr. Andrews, my name is Arturo Uribe. I'm here to share with you my experience working with county government. Up until the pandemic, we were able to engage with our community county commissioners, our leaders, and discuss the issues that were important to us and how we address them. But after the pandemic, that tradition and that historical experience that we are experiencing now is just not there, in my opinion, and those that I speak for who couldn't be here today. The community engagement that you guys are talking about, we just don't see it. And it's important for us to be at the table with all the decisions that you guys are making. Whether it was the Crises Triage Center, whether it was the Joint Powers Agreement with CRUA, whether it's the floods in our communities that we know historically have been impacting us for decades. I don't understand why we have 3 assistant county managers. In the past, it's only been 1. I don't understand the different changes in department in which we're splitting, because historically they have worked for us. I really want to give praise and to your department heads and utilities and facilities, which was in the past one of the organizations and department heads that we had to work with to address those issues. But under the leadership of Mr. Robert Herrera and Misty Dawn Benavides, and now meeting Mr. Justin Weaver, and their style of engaging us has been really beneficial. And I wish you guys could learn from that. I ask that, Mr. Andrews, if we can get together, because you say that you've talked to a lot of community leaders in our community when addressing these issues and have done your due diligence, but you've never invited me. I've invited you to our community, but after that, you never return my phone calls. You've been responsive to the text, but you have not engaged the community leaders I know, whether they're from Anthony, Anapra, Hatch, Rhodey, Rincon, Garfield. I ask that you guys put more of an effort in doing that as you make these future decisions that, in my opinion, that you've made that have had somewhat of a negative impact. I want us all to be successful. I'm here at your assistance, and I appreciate the work you do. Thank you.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair. I don't know if everyone who's came up has actually signed the book. I know they're all stating their names, but please also come up and sign the book if you haven't. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Peter Goodman, and I'll be brief. I want to disagree with my good friend Juan Garcia. I agree with the founders of the country that religion has no place in government and need not be forced on people. And I want to applaud the gentleman in the red hat who wants to apply Christian principles, which I think are wonderful, although I'm not religious, to government, and I'm looking forward to his prayers having an effect on a person in government who rapes women, tortures people, does not at all respect the idea that the least among us ought to be respected as we respect Jesus, and in other ways is not only not Christian, but anti-Christian. So I hope that gentleman's prayers will be effective.
Any other public comment? Seeing none, we will move on to commission input. I, for one, feel like a weight is lifted on my shoulders. Thank you, Mr. Garcia, for outing me. I am a gay man married to another man. I feel like that has been the topic around here for quite some time. But let the record state, I am gay. We can leave it at the table. We can move on and actually deal with some heavy-hitting things today. But I just want to say thank you. I feel like I've been in the closet for way too long around here. I don't know what else to say. Like, I have to make light of it or else it'll eat at me. Like the thing not in the center of the walkway. But with that being said, you know, I am so grateful to see all of you here today. I'm so grateful to see this room full. There has been many of meetings that we have maybe 4 or 5 people here, and it's good to see people here, no matter what you're here for. You know, we just got done with a large series of public meetings in the community with community partners, and it was awesome to see so many people show up and to engage with us and to continue those conversations with you know, your elected officials, whether it's your commissioners or any other elected official or county staff. So thank you for everyone that went to those community meetings. Thank you for staff for coming out at night after night. I know it's been long and it's been a lot, but thank you. I think we have made an impact, and I want to say thank you to staff because I think you all did a great job. But with that being, yes, round of applause for staff because they do a great job. Oh, now that that's done, I feel so much better, y'all. Any other commissioners? Yes, Vice Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just like to thank all the members of the community that came out to our community meetings and our listening sessions. It made my heart happy to see all of you engaged. You asked very difficult questions at times and actually gave us things to think about. Please stay engaged. It's so important that you talk to us and let us know what you see in your community, what your community needs, how best this commission can move forward in your communities to get the projects done that you need. Como dije anteriormente en una junta, queremos que proyecten su voz. Tenemos muchas cosas que hacer en la comunidad. Díganos, hablen con nosotros, charlen con nosotros y gracias por asistir a nuestras juntas. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Yes,
Mr.
Commissioner
Chair.
Reynolds.
Thank you. I have not had a chance to finish all of my meetings. I still have about 3 or 4 public meetings scheduled over the next couple of 3 or 4 weeks. And I invite all you all to attend any of the meetings that I have. The purpose of the meetings for me and for our board, I believe, is to make sure that you understand some of the direction we're taking in the future, both with development and also investments. And the reason we're talking about it also is the bond issues that are going to be on your agenda in November on the ballot. And I think it's important that we, the board, actually have a chance to meet with everyone to find out what they are interested in us doing with the money and to ensure them that we are on track to do the best for the county that we can. So anybody who hasn't already been to a meeting, you're welcome to look on the website and attend any of the meetings I'm going to have over the next 3 or 4 weeks. Thank you. Sorry about my voice. I got a little bug this weekend.
You sound great. Don't worry about it.
That's my lower.
I like it.
Lower, yeah.
Anyone else?
Wait till I start singing. You'll really like it.
You sing? Goodness. Anyone else? No? Yes? No?
Mr. Chairman?
Okay, yes. Commissioner Sanchez.
Thank you. I'll echo the sentiments of my fellow commissioners, and I want to say thank you to all the public that participated in the my public input sessions that I've had in Doña, Radium Springs, and in Hatch. I also want to say thank you to my assistant, Suzy Cordero, for willing to work on her birthday weekend and assist in those conversations. I really also want to share appreciation for the Village Market in Hatch. They allowed us to host one of our sessions on their patio on a Saturday morning, and I'd have to say I really enjoyed the venue and kind of the ease at which people could come in and out. It was a beautiful morning. People could go in and get some burritos and donuts and so I think it gives me something to think about how we can, maybe in my future meetings, some things we can do to change things up and make sure we're patronizing local businesses. On another note, I did want to bring up the concern I have with the federal government and ICE opening their detention center at Fort Bliss. And in particular, the size of the facility where they were going to be trying to get it to 1,000 people, I believe, here in the very near future, and up to 5,000 people. It's concerning to me because we've already seen, as I've mentioned previously, about the actions being taken by the federal government and this administration We've seen them take our public lands south of Highway 9, which is now confirmed if you go on to BLM maps, that these are all restricted areas because they're to be patrolled by the Army, where we're now also seeing, in addition to what happened in California, the federalizing of National Guard troops in Washington, D.C., and with threats that they are going to be, that the president is going to be doing similar actions in other cities. I've said it a couple of times already, and I'll say it again, that we cannot be quiet. We cannot be quiet and let this happen, because when will it happen? We already have our ICE agents coming through our community. We see, like I said, the Army patrolling our southern border now. And when is it gonna take the next step? And when are we as leaders gonna start making it clear that we're not gonna allow this to happen? And I just want to bring awareness to it, because, like I said, those things that I've said have continued to happen, and we don't say anything about it. So I want to take my voice and my time to make sure that I'm raising awareness of it. I'm sorry that I can't be there in person with you all to say this in person, but I just want to raise awareness with you, my fellow commissioners, and my community, that we have to continue, hopefully work to make sure we stand up for those that most need it in our community, because we know that our community will be affected, is being affected, and will continue to see these repercussions under this administration. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioner Gometos.
Thank you. So I wanted to share with my fellow colleagues here. Yesterday I went and I sat with a family. They're with these three women. Their mother, who's 84 years old, has cancer. And sitting and listening to the struggles that they're having, getting her coverage, and the gaps that an indigent person is going through, was disheartening, because, I've been through that situation with my own parents, trying to get them care and them falling through the cracks. And that's one thing I hope that we can stop. I think we really need to fill in those gaps. So what I would do is, what I really actually like to do is to have a work session on the indigent care program. So that way we can create and implement policies and procedures on the SB 45, which allows the county to pay for insurance premiums, co-pays, and deductibles for all indigent patients. Currently, we don't have that set up. And, unfortunately, this woman can't wait, another month, another 2 months in order for her to get care. Right now, she won't be able to get any type of specialty care to see an oncologist. She won't, she needs oxygen to be at home. The family had to scrape up money just to get her a month's worth right now. So, I feel like we need to help these people. And so this is what I would like for us to move forward with. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else from my commissioners? And I just wanted to end on this. I want to give a huge shout out to our Insight team here at the county. Rosie and her team helped us facilitate a lot of our community meetings throughout the county. They've collected a lot of those data points, all the community feedback, and without them, we would not have been able to really touch on a lot of the great information that we got. And I just want to, she's not here today, but I want to give her a huge shout out to Team Insight for really making an impact in our communities the last few months and even years with her grant writing for Las Cruces and Doña. So huge shout out to Rosie. So. Yeah, we love Rosie. Look at her love. Okay, Moving on to county elected officials input, if any county elected official. Madam Clerk, come on down. The price is right. It's free. I'll let you talk for free. Welcome.
Good morning, Chair Shaldo Hernandez, Commission, Amanda Lopez-Askin, Doña County Clerk. I'm standing here just going to offer some information. Today is a celebration in our hallway, if you haven't tuned in yet. It is officially candidate filing day for the regular local election known as the RLE. This is a nonpartisan election, and in 2019, the state implemented law which basically offered municipalities the opportunity to opt in to the county administering their elections. Fortunately, in Doña County, we have had all of the municipalities opt in, so we administer the elections for all 5 municipalities within our county. So if you see balloons down the hallway, if you see people taking selfies, know that this means that they have likely stepped up and are offering themselves and their service to our community. Just to offer some dates for our community, October 7th is when early voting starts, and election day is November the 4th. If you head to dacelections.com, you're able to see updated information. You'll be able to see all of our voting locations and any other information you may need connected to the elections. And if it's not there, let us know because we want it to be there. Also note that you can head to votenm.org to find out your specific registration information and confirm you are registered and everything is up to date. And feel free to connect with our office. We would love to chat with you if you have questions, as well as if you are interested in working the election. We're always looking for election day folks, which is again, November the 4th, as well as early voting, which which is a longer term employment, which would start mid-September. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning, Sheriff.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. I come today with a specific matter. In June of 2024, you all signed Resolution 2024-82. I will refresh your memories because there have probably been a few since then. It was called Adopt Public Safety Background Standards, okay? That really didn't address what this whole process was about. And I believe it was presented to you as a solution to a problem. It was not a solution to a problem. There was no problem. Starting in August of last year, we at DASO were confronted with people who had already been offered contingent hiring, who had already gone through all the process, who had already met the standards for the state, and we were told that HR objected to 1 or 2 points in this large packet. Please let me remind you, we pay an enormous price per person to get them through this process, okay? So if you were to review this and you were to have it present, you would see that the first part of it is the background assessment standards will create a consistent and fair process. I'm kind of thinking we have a consistent and fair process. It's been in the works for many decades. However, someone felt the need to reiterate some of it. The next part of it is background checks will include, and I won't go into every one of those, but we already do those. Those have been done for a long time. So somehow you were presented with this verbiage to suggest that we weren't doing this. Well, of course we do it. We've done it a long time. Also be aware, we have to meet state standards. So there are standards there that we're meeting in these background for new hires, specifically cadets, right, recruits. So let me go on. Pre-employment assessment will include, again, medical and psychological. We've done that, commissioners, for, I think, since 1852. I could be wrong by a decade or 2, but we've done it a long time. Then a candidate who is found to have a deficiency in any portion of the background check will not be permitted to proceed. Does it say in there who is making that decision? I inquire because that's very unclear. But then it says, should the hiring department and human resource department have a difference of opinion, there's a process to appeal. I won't go into that except to say I was part of this last week, and it was not followed. Part of the problem is this is a resolution. This is not a protocol or a procedure, you would agree. So recently I've asked HR, where is the procedure that goes with this resolution? As you well know, resolutions are broad, they're all encompassing. Sometimes they're so vague as to be open to interpretation. And I was actually told in that hearing that I had misinterpreted some of the writing in this procedure. So I will say that this needs to be amended or repealed entirely. And that is really your option. I would appreciate if you ever are faced with these kinds of things, you call me. Call me and ask me what our procedures are. You've done it, sir. What are our procedures? I'm happy to answer those questions. There's also an HR manual. And if you look at that, that's pretty definitive. Well, somewhat needs to be updated and rewritten, but it's somewhat definitive. So I bring this to you because this was presented as resolving a problem. 14 times since August, we have been through this. 14 times. Where does it affect taxpayers? Let me tell you. This recently happened in the last 3 weeks, okay? It was presented to me by HR 2 weeks before the beginning of our academy. 2 of them were not set to go forward. I appealed one, which is the hearing I spoke to you just now about, okay? The other one I let go. This was over color blindness. Folks, you have to have a colorblind expert speak. There was no colorblind expert, and by the way, I'm not sure who those folks are, but let's bring them on, because I would love to find out more about color blindness. But here's the issue. We don't start an academy unless we have a certain number of people to attend. Then we make other arrangements, right? We go out to other agencies and ask if they have people to start, et cetera. Or we send them to Santa Fe, okay? This cut us down by 2. I would never have started this with 10. This is taxpayer money, folks. This is taxpayer money. Please. My statutory authority, which has largely been robbed from me, allows me to hire, fire, demote, promote, and decommission and commission. I would ask you respectfully to restore the powers of sheriff, not for me, because I've lived with this for nearly 7 years, but for the people who come after. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, I thought I heard something too.
Mr. Chairman, may I say something?
It's a voice in the sky. Of course you may.
I see the sheriff walking away, and I would have loved to have asked her, you know, I think as she said, last I checked, this is 2025. When this was passed in 2024, I don't recall her nor any of her staff being in attendance when this was discussed or reviewed. I know DASO was reviewed when this was discussed. And so I would say and extend the same invitation to the sheriff that she can reach out to any one of us, any 5 of us, to discuss this further. We've always been open to it. And in fact, I think the times that I have reached out to the sheriff, she's either refused to not answer, or the discussions have not been very productive. And so I still am willing to work with the sheriff. And so, but like I said, I think it goes both ways. And I really am, you know, Sheriff, if all of a sudden recent experiences indicate there's a need for amendment, so be it. But for feedback to come over a year later, I find that a little disconcerting when there was an opportunity to provide input when it was up for approval. And like I said, you nor any of your staff were there for that discussion or felt, I don't know if there was a feeling that it wasn't worth it. So like I said, I'm willing to work with you, Sheriff Stewart. Have always been, but I've never heard this until you raise this up here during public input or during elected official input. But thank you for raising the concern, and we can evaluate that and for maybe consideration of amendments here.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. Please let me advise you clearly. This was presented to me and to former Chief Cherry before it came to you all as a resolution. It was presented, and I'll speak for myself. I told that person contacting me that this was unneeded, that this is an overstep of HR. So for you to go down this path was actually inappropriate. What I will tell you then, it was presented on a day when neither Chief Cherry or I were here. We were not aware it was coming. Okay, do I watch your agendas every day, every week? I admit it, I do not. I actually have some of my own concerns. So it was passed with, I went back and looked at the discussion, and it was passed with very little discussion, with very little questioning, with very little, it would have been fairly easy to table it that day and call me back or call the chief back, and we would have outlined for you the issues with this. So Commissioner Sanchez, I think some of the issue is you're not told the circumstances of the entire situation. I have written, and I believe the county attorney is smiling. She knows how many times I have written and emailed and asked and begged and pleaded in the last year, okay? I'm coming to you now as a final resort. We have tried to rectify this. We have tried. I'm sorry, if I don't get guidance, if I don't get feedback, if I don't get reasonable responses or any response, how many times have I written all of you? I recall 1 or 2 times. I think I do communicate with you. So we have a disconnect. I don't know how you're going to resolve that, but I do know that going down paths like this are not helpful. This is not helpful. It's not helpful to morale in my department. It's not helpful to public safety on a broad spectrum. We're one of the only agencies in the state, if not the nation, that we have no trouble recruiting, and we are fully staffed. Where is your applause for that? That's a big deal. I travel around the United States. It's a big deal. This kind of thing, word gets out. Word gets out, we're not reliable employers. We're not to be trusted. What? I don't understand. What more answers? Do any of you have a question? Ma'am,
Mr. Chair.
I've hardly spoken to you, and I appreciate your presence at these meetings.
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning, Sheriff. I would love to meet with you. I appreciate the chat we had a few weeks ago, and I think it was a marvelous start to great communication between you and I. Will make myself available next week. This week is a little rough, but I'd love to sit and chat with you. So if you could call me or text me with your availability, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner.
So what I would like to do is I would like to invite the sheriff and us at a work session with this resolution, so that way we can go over this as a team and see what the issues she has and what she recommends should and shouldn't be on there. So I think that's how we can work together all at once instead of just meeting one-on-one.
Okay, cool. County manager's nodding his head, fully understood.
Thank you.
Any other county elected official? Seeing none, we'll move on to staff input.
Thank you, sir. I've got a few updates by the team, Stephen, Jonathan, and I believe Jamie, and then I will close it out.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners. Stephen Lopez, one of the Assistant County Managers. And I just wanted to let you know where we are on water, in particular on desalination. Last week, the county closed a process where we had requested, put out an RFI, request for information, from companies who might be interested in a public-private partnership as it relates to desalination in the Sunland Park area, or the Santa Teresa area, the Chaparral area, and the South Valley. We left it broad. I am pleased to report that we had close to 30 companies express interest. We had approximately 20 that registered with us, and 7 submitted proposals. Of those proposals, we are still going through the scoring process, but wanted to let everybody know that we have some proposals that are for full, what's called design, finance, construct, operate, and maintain. That means that the county is not on the hook for a dime. The companies would come in and actually do the exploration. They would drill the wells. They would actually build the plant, operate it with their own staff, and after a period of time, 20 or 30 years, would be able to either continue that operation model or turn it over to the county for usually $1. So this is a very unique place that the county is in, because desalination water removes impurities like arsenic, it removes PFAS, it removes microplastics, and actually is so clean that for drinking water, they have to dirty it back up with some minerals again. So just wanted to make sure the commission is aware that we are now going to be aggressively engaging in discussions on this. We have had some discussions with the state engineer's office already, with NMBA, the New Mexico Border Authority, and we'll be continuing to move forward. One of the opportunities we are going to be pursuing, and you'll see it on the next agenda, is an application for part of the state's strategic water supply funding. And what that would allow is a buy down of the cost per 1,000 gallons for the ultimate customers of the desalination plant. So just wanted to get that out in front of you. If at any point you have any questions on desalination, feel free to reach out and we'd be happy to answer them.
Mr. Chair. Thank you. Stephen, just curious, if we are successful in using desalination in order to generate water for the community, what kind of resource will that allow us to have for water in the future?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Reynolds, according to a 2016 U.S. Geological Survey, there is approximately an 800-year supply of water, brackish water, underground here in Doña County. So that would address long-term the water needs, and that's assuming no recharge of that brackish aquifer. So this is much better than just taking from the valley, trying to rely on the river. And in fact, if we go at least, according to the state engineer's office, if we go at least 2,500 feet down, we don't even need water rights. We would be the first in the state to be in the brackish aquifers. And so we are actually working with the state engineer's office on how do we even apply, because they don't have an application process yet. So we are leading the state on this.
Thank you, sir.
Awesome.
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Jamie Michael, County's Health and Human Services Department. 2 quick items. First, Commissioner Gameros, I just wanted you to know that we've put together a group to provide feedback to you all on the resolution for the HCAP program. So I think having a work session, we would be prepared and be able to provide you with some feedback from community members, advocates, and some of the providers. So we're on thinking the same with that. Thank you. And second, I would like to ask all of you to join me in celebrating National Community Health Workers Week. And I'd like to ask all of our community health workers in the audience to stand up so we can recognize them. Stand up, please. I think you all are familiar with the fantastic work that they do. Some of our community health workers have been with our department for well over 20 years and some for just a few weeks, and they all work together very well. This is the 60th anniversary of the National Association of Community Health Workers, so it is something to celebrate, and the value that they bring to addressing health equity, health outcomes in our community is really outstanding, and the bridge that they create between government and between community-based services and community members is fantastic. They are people that live in the community, know the community, and also know the resources that are available. And again, they provide that bridge for resources. So take time this week to recognize community health workers and promotoras in our community. And thank you very much to all of our team. I hope you all enjoy the celebration over lunch today. Thank you all.
Thank you. Jamie, do you want to do a photo or are you good? It's up to you. Okay. Yeah, Corey's here.
Yeah, we can get a photo with all of you. That would be fantastic.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. Come on,
Community Health Worker Day.
Okay. We have one more coming.
Okay, squeeze in. Got to get y'all in the frame here. Jamie, do you want to get in there? Thank you.
Okay. Continuing on with staff input. Mr. Macias.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. So I just wanted to recap some of the events that we had last year. As y'all are aware, and as we've been sharing, not only through our emails, but also through our state lobbyist emails that come directly to your inbox, the interim finance committee, or the interim committees at the legislative level have been meeting throughout the state. We were honored not only to be able to have some of those committees, such as the Water and Natural Resource Committee, but also the Legislative Finance Committee, as well as being able to coordinate a ribbon cutting. So, as is a little bit different, when it used to be that they would come into town, we had more of a centralized method for getting out information. Historically, the former county manager was the one that would do a lot of these commitments, but now we've democratized that. We allow our subject matter experts to go out into community and to be able to have some of those discussions directly with the legislators. So let me show you what that looks like. At the Water and Natural Resource Committee, you had your own chair that was out there. This happened on August 18th on 2025. And the chair was able to convey not only some of the things that we have going on, such as the request for information related to the desal plant, but to also talk about the vital conditions or strategic plan that y'all voted on back in November of 2023. It is the underpinning for what we are trying to make sure we are taking action on and relating all of your items to when it comes to acting in community. It's also the one that many of the commissioners adopted in terms of a vital condition to be able to champion in the community. If it's been a while since you've adopted and you forget which one you have, come see me and I'm happy to remind y'all because we're doing some great things together. Then the next day on August 19th, we were able to share the great lift of being able to close out the $20 million state investment thanks to Jody Young, Bill Province, Clinton Sims, and Renee Padilla, as well as the team at Bohannon Houston. We're one of the first in the state to actually deliver on this kind of capital project. I think we're trying to change the narrative for what we've been doing in the past, and now we're able to push and up the ante. We're also able to have our very own and newly minted Commissioner Gameros that was there, and also to share a little bit more about what we're doing here at the county, again, with the underpinning of what we're doing with our vital conditions. We had the distinct pleasure of being able to also host the Legislative Finance Committee that worked this into their agenda that day. So they literally came up on the taxiway. Don't worry, for the engineers in the room, that was safe. If it can hold a Boeing 757, it can surely hold a busload full of legislators. Later in the day, we ran back over to Sunland Park Casino and we had a discussion in terms of the board of welcome to the Legislative Finance Committee. There we talked in community, not only with myself, but also Mr. Pacheco, the New Mexico Border Authority Chair, and also Mr. Mario Infante from the city of Sunland Park. As we go through these transitions, we're trying to be transparent. The legislators themselves had questions about some of the things that we're doing here. And I suspect it's because, as you all heard at the Roundhouse earlier this year at the legislative session, they too have concerns about how they solve some of the water problems in the likes of Bernalillo County, as well as in Santa Fe County. So we're doing this together. Our commitment is that as we work alongside not only ACM Stephen Lopez, but also those that are globally interested in what we're doing, that we can share that and lead with the state. And also knowing that this has been done already in our region for the last 2 decades. So we will turn to our neighbors when and if it is applicable. Then the next day, your very own chair went back and he had a formal legislative finance open in Las Cruces. All of these are publicly available. I invite the public to come back and be in community virtually if they'd like by going to the New Mexico Legislative website. Click on the webcast section, and you can click on each one of the dates that are listed here in the bottom left-hand corner. And just know that whenever we're meeting in community, we are making sure that we are posting our potential for quorum. So that's one of the reasons that you saw that notice go out in case I couldn't track everybody down in terms of commissioners and not knowing where you would be at. But we are making sure that we are being out front and center. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. Great update. Any other staff input?
Chair, I'm just going to jump in real fast, and I know it's been said, and I thank the board for their kudos to the team. And we've had a series of town halls that has just been, it's been a lot. It's exhilarating, exhausting. I mean, 3-4 a week for the better part of a month now. As I look around and see the bags under the team's eyes, I just want to thank the department heads and managers, and especially the assistant county managers. Thank you for leaning in. Thank you for all this work. We already thank Team Insight as well. So that's what makes local government so beautiful. This audience, thank you all for being here today. We have a huge agenda. I've been here about a year now, and this board brought me on with the priority of economic development and quality of life initiatives. And I haven't seen an agenda yet that reflects it just as much. This is a historic day. This is a historic agenda. And thank you all for coming out, for being here. And candidly, whether you're for or against, I'm just so glad you're here. I think apathy is the worst of all of this. So thank you all for showing up for your community and for who you represent. Yeah, I think I'll stop there, Chair.
Okay.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
You got it. Okay, commission-appointed board report backs. Commissioners, anything? Nothing? Okay. With that being said, we were asked to take a 5-minute little recess. So we'll be back at 10:27. Am I here? Hello? Next up, let the record reflect that we are back at 10:35. We abused our recess a little bit. I apologize. Next up is our minutes, where we will be asked to approve the regular meeting minutes from August 12th of this year. I'll make the motion to approve the minutes from August 12th. Thank you. Okay, any comments, questions, concerns? Brandy, go ahead and roll call.
Commissioner Gameros?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaparro? Chair Shaldo Hernandez?
Yes, minutes are passed. Next up is approvals. And we do have several on approvals this morning. So the first up is a resolution relating to the proposed industrial revenue bond entitled Doña County, New Mexico Taxable Industrial Revenue Bond, Project Jupiter, declaring the intent of Doña County to issue such industrial revenue bonds in an aggregate principal amount up to $165 billion in connection with the development of a hyperscale artificial intelligence data center campus located within the boundaries of Doña County for the purpose of inducing Project Jupiter or its successors or assigns to construct and install the project. And directing the county clerk to publish notice of intent to consider ordinances authorizing insurance and sale of the bonds in a newspaper of general circulation within the county. Do we have a motion?
Mr. Chair. I move that the board convene in closed session regarding a limited personnel manager purchase, acquisition, disposal of real property, water rights, to discuss information that is covered by attorney-client privilege pertaining to threatened or pending litigation as authorized by the Open Meetings Act, Section 10-15, 1H27 and 8, New Mexico State Statute 78, and also to address a limited personnel matter regarding 17, 18. That's it.
Okay. We have a motion to go into closed session. Do we have a second? For clarification, Vice Chair is asking to go into closed session and she needs a second. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Mr.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, and as a point of order, I believe that that motion by the Vice Chair was out of order. We had a motion on the floor under consideration.
I didn't actually.
I don't know.
I didn't make the motion, Commissioner Sanchez. I just read the.
Oh, okay. I apologize then. I thought there was already a motion.
No, I apologize. It was just reading item number 17, but now we can entertain a motion as Madam Vice Chair's motion did fail.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion that we actually consider a resolution relating to the proposed industrial revenue bonds entitled Doña County, New Mexico Taxable Industrial Revenue Bonds, Project Jupiter, declaring the intent of the Doña County to issue such industrial revenue bonds in an aggregate principal amount of $165 billion in connection with the development of hyperscale artificial intelligence data center campus located within the boundaries of Doña County for the purpose of inducing Project Jupiter or its successors or assigns to construct and install the project, and directing the county clerk to publish notice of intent to consider ordinances authorizing issuance and sale of bonds in a newspaper general circulation within the county.
Okay, we have a motion, and I will second.
Second.
I beat you to it, Commissioner Sanchez. Okay, we do have a motion and a second on the floor, and I would like to introduce our Economic Development Administrator, Ms. Carter, who is here with us today to kind of guide the conversation.
Good morning, Denise Carter, Economic Development Director. I would like to invite our bond attorney to join me. He's going to walk us really quickly to the IRB mechanism. We're just trying to share some information as to how industrial revenue bonds work. We do have a presentation available. He's going to walk through how the IRB works verbally. If you all want to see the presentation, we can call the presenter up once he's done.
Perfect. Thank you, Ms. Carter, and welcome, Mr. Muirhead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners, Chris Muirhead with the Model Sperling Law Firm or Bond Counsel to the county. So just to overview, again, this is a big number, so let's make sure we're all understanding what is happening and what we're doing. So an industrial revenue bond, and you guys have seen many of these over the years that you've been on the commission, is an economic development tool to incentivize companies to locate in Doña County with the anticipated job growth, gross receipts tax growth, property tax growth, and all that related benefit to the county, its tax base, its economic health. So the way it works is that the county, as the issuer, would issue the bonds. It is not, and this is of course critical, it is not a debt of Doña County. This large number, 165 million, is not money the county, billion, thank you, yep, that's a good correction, not used to the B's, is not a debt of the county. It is not money that the county is providing to the company. It is not an obligation that the county will ever be asked to repay, nor is the county committing any of its revenues ever to repay it. That number ties to what the company anticipates to be the investment, the capital investment into the project. And in this case, you have what they've identified as three components to it. The first component being a electric generation and storage facility. The second part being 4 data center buildings, and the third being equipping those 4 data center buildings. So looking at all 3 of those together, you get to the number of 165 billion. Okay, that is not a number the county has come up with. That is not a number that the county is proposing in terms of on its own. That is what the application from the company has requested based on what they anticipate the investment to be for the entirety of the project. And again, this being done over multiple years and series of bonds. However, in this case, of course, we're looking at the entirety of it. So that point, just to reiterate, it is not an obligation of the county. That money is not county money. It is tied to what the company is investing. They are getting the financing for that, whether that is from private investors, whether that is from lenders. However, the company, from a business perspective, decides that is the best way to finance this project. They are doing that. If there is debt associated with that, they are paying that debt back. If there are investors looking for a return, they are providing that return. The county is not. The county is serving as a mechanism, a conduit to provide for this economic incentive. So what does the county or what does the company get from this industrial revenue bond? It would get property tax abatements on the construction, on the real property itself and the improvements on that up to 30 years. That is to be negotiated between the county and the company. They also would get a personal property tax exemption on the equipment as it depreciates over the life of that equipment. They are also getting a gross receipts tax and compensating tax deduction for the acquisition of the equipment that is coming in. They do not get that for the construction materials. So the incentive to the company is, in terms of the IRB, is the property tax exemption and the gross receipts tax deduction. And the way that works is, to get that, the facility will nominally be in the name of the company, and that's what the industrial revenue bond does. It creates a structure where the county is technically the owner of the property so that it is not subject to taxation. When the project ends, whether that's at 30 years and the bonds retire, or 20 years, or the company leaves, that property goes immediately back to the company or its creditors. The county is not, will not, is not, nor can be the operator of that project. So that's just where I wanted to hit on terms of how the IRB process works and to make sure that, again, this is such a large number and a lot of interest in it, to make sure no one's confused about that. It operates just like the most straightforward IRBs we've done that may be 10 million, same structure. This may be multiple series and maybe more elaborate documents, but the end game is still the same. And so the resolution you have in front of you this morning is the first step. It induces the company, it is your, should you choose to adopt it, statement that you want to see the project move forward to the next step. Critically, it does not require you to approve the IRB when we get to the ordinance phase, if you get to that point. Once the county and the company have reached the terms on the structure of the relationship, then we would come back with an ordinance with the lease agreement, with the other bond documents. And at that point, you would be fully aware of what the county's committing in terms, or what the county's getting in terms of payment in lieu of taxes, what the company's committing to, the length of the bond, and the other material terms, okay? This resolution does not require you to vote yes on that ordinance when it comes up. This just moves the ball to the next step, which is to authorize publication of a notice of intent to consider that ordinance when that time comes. The company may want it to be very quick. It's ultimately the county's decision, the chair's decision, with the county staff and the commission to decide when that would happen. You have full control and authority over how that moves forward. Happy to answer any question. It does, the one thing it also does, and the company takes this risk, it does allow the company to proceed in obtaining non-taxable transaction certificates from tax and revenue so that they can get gross receipts tax deductions if they are buying equipment at this point. If they do that and the IRB does not move forward, they are liable to go back and pay those taxes. Happy to answer any questions. As Denise mentioned, the company and their counsel have prepared a short presentation, which I think, I don't know, Laura, does it say anything different than we've kind of hit on? No, I think we've hit on it, but I'm happy to, for the congregation here and everybody we can walk through that if you want to. Happy to answer any questions about the resolution itself. And I know the company is here and they may have something to say, or Denise, if you want to.
Okay, thank you, sir. Commissioners, do you have any questions thus far for Chris? No? Okay, Denise, we'll continue on.
Do you all want to see the presentation?
Yeah, of course. Do you also have a presentation, Denise? Or is it just the bond? You do? Okay. Welcome.
Buenos días, estimados comisionados. That word always gets me. Mi nombre es Laura Sánchez. Yo soy de Deming, Nuevo Mexico. Estoy muy orgullosa de estar aquí con ustedes. For those of you who may not speak Spanish, my name is Laura Sánchez. I'm originally from Deming, and I'm very happy to be here this morning. Nomás quería darles poquito de mi familia. Soy de aquí, de esta área. Mi familia es del Paso. Tengo familia en Anthony. Toda mi familia es de Juárez, de toda esta área. Y cuando yo estaba chica, que estaba en high school, y acabé mis estudios en Deming, no tenía muchas oportunidades en esta área. Tenía que irme, o pensé pues que tenía que irme a otro estado para educarme. Y sí fui a muchos otros estados, pero regresé y ahorita vivo en Albuquerque. Pero nomás le quería decir eso, porque esta es una oportunidad de tener algo aquí para la gente que se quiere quedar aquí, tener trabajos que son muy importantes para el futuro y para hacer un centro de tecnología aquí y no tener que irse a otro estado. For those of you who don't speak Spanish, I'm sharing a little bit about my background. I'm from Deming, New Mexico originally, and I did want to say that, growing up here, going to high school, graduating from Deming, I really felt like there were not a lot of opportunities to stick around this area. My whole family is from this region, El Paso, Juarez, Anthony, and I felt very strongly that I needed to go get educated elsewhere. So I did that. I went to other states, got my education there, and then came back to New Mexico, and now I live in Albuquerque. I really think this is an important opportunity for this region to invest in the future. in an important area that's not going away at all. It's only growing and increasing. And I just want to make sure that you all understand what this investment is about and what it's not about, because I think there's a lot of noise out there about just misinformation. My colleague Chris, who I had the good fortune of being a baby lawyer with back in the day, he taught me well, but he explained the mechanics of it perfectly. So I don't want to rehash anything that he said because he got it completely right. I do just want to say briefly with my presentation that this is a tool of economic development that many, many counties, almost every county in the state, has used in one form or another. And the ones that I've highlighted here are just the ones that I know Rhodey has worked on most recently. Rhodey's my law firm in Albuquerque. And so this is not a new tool, but this is an important one that you can use to invest in a project like this. So how do they work? Chris mentioned this. This is just a visual representation. Essentially, the project would transfer the land and the equipment that they own in this project over to the county. This then creates the county as the owner of the property, and then they lease it back to the project. By doing that, it means that it is not subject then to property taxes or other kinds of taxes, like gross receipts tax and property tax. So that's what's meant by tax abatement. That means that over time, again, it's not an upfront payment, but it means that over time, they basically are not going to be paying future taxes on gross receipts or property taxes. But the investment that you're making for that means that they will be giving the county a payment, which is called a payment in lieu of taxes. So that's why you see the payments going from the project to the county. So right now you have a piece of property out there that is not developed. It's not generating any gross receipts for you. It's not generating any property taxes for you. There's no additional economic development that goes beyond those. With a project that gets built up over years, and then long-term they have a pilot payment that goes to the county. Those payments are additional funds that come to the county directly that don't have the same restrictions that your current budget restrictions have, that other property taxes and other kinds of taxes that you have to use for your budget have. So it's an important investment for the county, but beyond that, it's also important for the community. It creates very good, high-paying jobs, first construction jobs for a number of years, and then long-term jobs. So we're talking about multi-year investment here and working with your universities in the area, trying to keep young people here and having it grow and provide a better quality of life for the people of this community. So that's really what it does. For some reason it's not working to the next one. Denise, I don't know why. Oh, there we go, okay. All right, and again, it's not an obligation of the county. It's not a transfer of public money to the project at all. Some of the facts as well, as I mentioned, long-term payments to the county, it creates job and economic growth. And the amount, and I know it's a large amount, people can look at it and think that it's sticker shock, but you need to think about it as that's the amount that the company projects that they will be investing in the project. That's not the amount that the county is transferring to the project. It's not even the amount that they're going to have in tax abatement into the future. That is the amount that the company believes that they will be investing into this community. So you have to think about it that way. And I know there's, again, a lot of misinformation and misunderstanding about it, but that's what that amount represents. It's a large amount because these are very expensive and important investments in the future. Other facts, again, I mentioned the pilot payment in lieu of taxes that you get over time. Doesn't have the same spending restrictions. It provides a tax incentive to the project, to the developer, and it creates jobs and growth. As Chris mentioned, the next steps would be, and again, today you are considering an inducement resolution. It really just starts the process to have more specific conversations with the project developers to determine those terms, which include the pilot payment. So those details have not been finalized in any way. This is something that begins the conversation that you will have with the company. So it's sort of your engagement period, if you will, since we talked about marriages earlier a little bit. So you guys are basically coming together to have a conversation about this. Now, if you did actually want to get married, it would happen next month. If you choose to pass this at this point, the next step would be adoption of a bond ordinance, potentially in September. And then after that, you'd have a 30-day period where you have to publish the adoption, and there's an opportunity for folks to also, contact you, weigh in on that sort of thing, but you have to wait 30 days for that. And then the closing would happen sometime at the end of October. That would then begin a process of development over the next few years, a lot of construction jobs, a lot of important investment. And so that's kind of where we're at. I don't want to take up any more of your time, but I'm happy to stand for questions if you have any at this point or after the fact. What I would like to do, though, if possible, Denise, if I can have the project representative here as well. Lanham?
Of course, thank you.
Billy, can you pull up the other document?
Morning, everybody. Thank you, commissioners, for giving us the opportunity here to visit with you. My name is Lanham Napier. I am the co-founder and chairman of Borderplex Digital. Borderplex Digital is a growth infrastructure company. What that means is, our country generally is infrastructure constrained. Across our country, we are short power, we are short water resources. That's come up today in conversation already in this session. Our mission and purpose as a company is to make investments, to build the power and water resources, to then attract ultimate tenants and customers. Those customers being data centers and manufacturers. We believe, so just to reframe that, we're gonna build infrastructure. We're not gonna use the infrastructure that's here. We're gonna bring new infrastructure. We're gonna fund that privately. We're gonna build power generation resources. We will run a portfolio approach that is compliant with the New Mexico Energy Transition Act. We will invest dollars in water infrastructure. We heard earlier this morning that there's a lot of water resource to be developed in the region from that brackish resource. We are happy to support that. Our general playbook in all this is first we build the infrastructure, then the region gets the growth. The growth opportunities here, start with data centers. The reason data centers always tend to show up first, they are one of the highest growth industries in our country. They're one of the most valuable, most vibrant, and most mission critical in the country. So they tend to show up first, and then manufacturers tend to show up second. Our belief is that your county is really special. Look, I am a guest here today. I'm grateful for the hospitality. What makes this county so special, it sits at the intersection in the nexus of two countries and a couple states. For generations and hundreds of years, this has been a vital trade corridor, up through Mexico into what is now known as the US and New Mexico and Texas. And so I believe that, that economic trajectory will continue. And we are now at a point in our technology development where we can develop these resources in a very sustainable, innovative way. So if we look at what we're talking about here, just to try to frame it for you, we're gonna build this infrastructure. This infrastructure will create thousands of construction jobs. It will create 700 plus permanent jobs after we're in the data center. It is a substantial investment. And anytime we see an investment of this size, part of it is indicative of the importance of it on a national and regional basis. Part of it's also just indicative of the value that it will create for the community. We believe that this type of infrastructure and ultimate customer base transforms communities. There's a good example of that in New Mexico, up with what Meta did in Los Lunas. That was a transformative outcome for that community. And so as you look at this and consider it over the next month, we will be active in the community visiting, with folks to engage with them to get their feedback to shape this project. Laura Sanchez was up here a minute ago talking about different types of information, some of it accurate, some of it inaccurate. Look, end of the day, this will be a project that will persist for generations. It is long-term stuff, so we need to do it the right way. We will engage with the community to get that feedback and shape it. Upon success, we're looking at 700 jobs, some of those in the data center, some of those in the power generation resources. On average, those are gonna be $75,000 to $100,000 a year, so they are very valuable jobs. We've talked to the county about committing to north of $300 million in the pilot payments that were referenced in the prior presentation. There will be annual community engagement investment as well. And as part of our mission and purpose is to invest in the water resource. So just know up front, we'll be adding power. We will not be using the existing power, so nobody's power prices are going up. When it comes to water, this project will invest in all the water infrastructure necessary to pay for it. And we look at water resource that's required. It's basically domestic water uses for the employees. So 750 employees, that's running dishwasher, running sinks, using the facilities, using the toilet, that kind of stuff. So the technology is advanced to where data centers run closed loop systems, water consumption's minimal. All right, for any water consumption that's required, this project will invest to fund it. So we're going to invest in the power, we'll invest in the water. We will end up with very valuable jobs on the other side of it. And the project's committing to north of $300 million of payments into the county as described in the pilot program in the prior presentation. Let's see if I can scroll this down. This is a map with where we're talking about. It's in an unincorporated area, outside of Santa Teresa. They're off Highway 136, a few miles north of the border. This map's a little bit old. There's a whole lot of new solar arrays and generation resources that have gone into the area, which is part of what makes the area very attractive. It's flat land. It is straightforward to develop. It is along that trade corridor, and it gets to leverage the solar resources that are already being developed. And so to wrap it up here, well, I'm stuck on this one. Let's see here. Here you go. Yeah, so just to try to put a fine point on it, with respect to water, we will invest in the water resources. It's a closed loop system. It's minimal usage. And with respect to the power, we're going to be building the power generation, so nobody's rates are going to be impacted. And then you heard the IRB presentation a few minutes ago. The mission and purpose of that IRB presentation is that we are in a competitive dynamic. This location is competing with other locations around the country. These assets are some of the most valuable assets in the country, so people will do their best to win them. I appreciate your time and consideration. I would just tell you, I think this is a transformative, super exciting thing. We're going to engage with the community to make sure we get the feedback and shape this appropriately, so it's something that everybody will be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you. Denise?
I do want to thank our community partners that are here with us today from Doña Community College. I have Vice President Ms. Brooks and Mr. Rincones, if they would like to come and say a few words.
Good morning, Chairman and members of the Commission. We are here in support of this project. We obviously have two centers out, and we have a center in Sunland Park, and we have a center in Anthony, our Gadsden campus, as well as a campus in Chaparral. So we're very dedicated to the southern part of the county, and we have we've invested most recently in expansion at our Gadsden campus, and we have a project moving forward requesting state funding to expand our Sunland Park campus. This will allow us to support the workforce in the region and provide training so that they can avail themselves of these jobs. And I will introduce my colleague, Dr. Rigo Rincones, who will share with you a little bit about the academic support that this can provide as well.
Thank you. Muy buenos días, Commissioner, Chairman. Somebody who is new to New Mexico and a new citizen, just over a year now. I came from a state where we had the opposite of problems when it comes to water. We have just too much in the forms of storms and hurricanes. Also, who comes with a national perspective when it comes to community colleges. I personally have worked with more than 200 community colleges across the nation and has visited more than 100. Doña Community College is poised to fill a gap that is so needed in the South and in our county. Excuse me. Not only we will continue to offer so many degrees that will be related to Project Jupiter, automation, building and construction, computer and information technology, including AI. We are developing AI certificates, water technology, welding technology, but in collaboration with the county, we can also work on internships for our students. So we are in full support for this project. We see many benefits to the region, to the community, and that's our message today. So we are in full support. Thank you.
Thank you.
I also want to thank New Mexico Economic Development Department, their division director, Mr. Roper, who's been a great partner. He had joined us virtually, but as you can imagine, he's really, really busy.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any presentation as well, ma'am, or is this it for today? Okay, thank you. Commissioners, and any comments, questions, concerns that you want to bring up at this time for inducement?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner.
I'd like to just point out that this is not a decision to go forward with this project. This is a decision to publish, so we can consider this project with more time. And this is actually required by state statute that we present something like this to the public in an effort to give you time to help us to better educate and understand this project. So over the next 24, 30 days, you have the opportunity to ask questions. We have the opportunity to have discussions and hopefully get enough information so that everyone understands what this means to the community. I welcome anyone to have a conversation with me about it. And hopefully we'll see find some common ground, or we won't. Either way, I will state what someone else has said about this, and Mr. Lantham has also said, is that this is going to be transformative for this community. The challenge for this board is not to make it good or bad, but to try to make sure it's successful and everyone wins. If you feel like we don't win in this situation, if anybody feels like this is a losing proposition for this community, we want to hear about it. But I got to tell you, based on what I've been able to understand about this project over the last couple of months, and probably 4 months, I think, since I heard about it the first time, I believe if we all really understand this, you'll find that it's going to be very beneficial to everyone in the community. And I can't be specific about that now, but hopefully over the next 30 days with meetings we're going to have, with opportunities for you guys to ask questions, you'll get to the same point that I believe this board mostly is about why we think this is important to Doña County. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Gometos, you also had your hand up. Oh, you said what you were going to say? Wavelength.
Are you going to copy what I said?
You can say it again if you want, if it makes you feel good.
We are not here to make this a problem. We are here to make this successful. And with your all's input, understanding, and recommendations, I believe we can come together and find common ground that will be beneficial to everyone. Now, I know some of you are out there saying no. The water signs, I appreciate those. Frankly, I think that was stated, and you'll find out that the amount of water used for this project is going to be less than it requires to flush a toilet, because they're going to be air-cooled. And we'll go through all of that as time goes on. And so hold your applause, and we'll talk about this again later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Gometos, you're good right now? Okay. Just a couple questions about the inducement. When will this be on the agenda for, if it gets published today, when will be the hearing portion of the IRB?
September 19th.
September 9th? Can you say that into the microphone?
September 19th.
Okay, September 19th would be the day of, sorry, that would be the day for the public, what do we call it? I just said it.
Public hearing.
Thank you, the public hearing. Okay, perfect. And then can you just scroll up on this particular presentation to the will and will not section? Keep going. Keep going. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Any other commission comments or questions? Vice Chair?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members of the community, for being here. I really appreciate your presence, and it's very meaningful to me. And I have said this at several meetings. My constituents direct my vote. You tell me what you want in your communities. You tell me what you think your communities need. Now, I've had the pleasure of meeting with representatives of this company twice, and I was told by a member of staff that's more time than any other commissioner has met with his staff, and it was for a total of about 2 hours. This sounds to be a wonderful thing for Doña County. But there's a right way and a wrong way to do this. The right way to do this is to include all of you. The people that are holding signs, that are worried about the water in this community, the people that are worried about the energy in this community. I've had a lot of information given to me, and it really sounds great. We're looking at voting on this on September 19th. That's 23 days from now, not the 30 days. And I would like more community engagement, because that's what this community deserves. And we as a community need to understand what will be happening in our county. And this is a project that's going through very, very quickly. And as I said before, I was told that I've had more time with the companies than any other commissioner. I don't think I have, and I don't think that I have had all my questions answered to this point. And I think that this community deserves the answers to the questions that they may have. So if we are to proceed with this project, then these questions need to be answered before this commission votes on this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Commissioner Sanchez, anything to add?
Mr. Chairman, I think there's going to be a lot of questions along the way. I think at this stage where we're looking at I'll say this, the IRB process is something we've done numerous times. I don't know if numerous is probably, maybe that I'm overstating it, but we've done it quite a bit. We've done it on the solar projects down in the Santa Teresa area. We've done it on Admiral Cable. We've done it for WTEC, and this is the first time that, obviously I understand the reason why we're going through this, because I know the public engagement piece is going to be a big piece as we move forward. This is the first time over just publication we've had such a long discussion over it, because usually the discussion happens on when we actually discuss to approve the IRBs. And I appreciate the public coming out and raising the concerns. And I think we'll have to, work to get a lot of these questions answered. I believe that, I think there's going to be questions on, I know I've seen there's a lot of concern around how power will be generated, and trying to make sure there's an understanding that this will not affect ratepayers, because these are going to be behind the meter solutions. So I'd like to, maybe get some, we'll get some information on that as well. But I think the biggest piece of this project is trying to make sure that we build out the infrastructure, because we know what the needs are for our communities, particularly around water. And with the state, really looking to push for appropriations to help us build this infrastructure, potentially, it means that our communities could benefit from tapping resources that we've never been able to tap in the past. And I think that's a key piece of this for me, is how do we look at, it's something that will benefit our residents, especially our residents, but also our commercial partners as we continue to move forward into the future long term. And so, I look forward to where we're going, but I think in terms of what we're considering today for publication, I think that is exactly where my mind is that this is just one step of the process. This is just for IRBs. And there are going to be multiple steps along the way through this project where the state, various state agencies will be involved. Our county departments will be involved with different permits and such. So this is not simply a one-step process as we move forward. This is going to be a long, deliberate process as we move forward with this. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. Okay.
Sorry. I have a point of clarification.
Yes, please.
It's very hard when you're doing these presentations that have just sort of a brief overview of what needs to happen. As far as the 30 days, and the vice chair brought up that that you would be voting on it in 23 days, or that the hearing is in 23 days. So according to the statute, you have to publish for 2 weeks, not for 30 days, and but the information has to be given out to community partners for 30 days. That information has already been sent out to the community partners, so the 30-day requirement will be met.
Okay. And that was out to municipalities, and what other entities were included in that?
That's
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for that clarification. I think that was a question that was coming to mind as well. So this is the first step to begin the process of those conversations and negotiations. And then after that, on the 19th, will be the public hearing where we will swear everyone in during public comment and kind of go through that public hearing series very similarly to what we do for P&Z cases. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Got it. Thank you for that clarification. Perfect. Does anyone have any other questions before?
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Yeah.
And a comment. Ms. Neal, when was that notice given to our community partners? Because I wasn't aware of when that was done. Maybe the other commissioners were, but I was not told that.
I think that's a question.
August 16th.
Pardon me?
August 16th.
And I think Rhodey was the one that sent it out. And the only reason that I know that is because one got sent in a picture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and commissioners. So there were actually 2 notices sent out because initially this meeting, the meeting in September, we had understood was going to be on the 16th of September, el 16 de septiembre, pero no es buen día para eso, porque es Día del Grito. So anyway, we sent it out on the 16th of August, and then we sent another one on the 18th of August as well, correcting the date to September 19th. So it was sent out twice, and it did go out to about, I want to say it was close to 20 different, maybe like 16, 17 different entities in the region.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. Any other questions from commissioners? Okay. So at this portion, we will open it up for public comment. But what I do want to point out is that the public comment given today should be focused around the inducement of the IRB. The public comment on the project itself should be shared during the public hearing on the 16th.
Is that 19th?
19th. I need that written down, actually. On the 19th. So today would be public comment on the inducement, not about the project. If you would like to give public comment on the inducement, if you'll please form a line, that way we can kind of gauge how many people are going to be talking about the inducement today. Okay, if you'll please come up. Give me 1 second to kind of see who's all coming up to talk about the inducement. We're gonna form a line. Okay. Nine. Okay. Anyone else? All right. So, how many? Oh. Oh, it's on the phone. Ta-da! Okay, so with that being said, in the amount of people, we'll do two, is it on? Billy, can you put 2 minutes up on the board for us, please? Oh, it's on. Will you hit 2? New toy. We hit number 2? Okay, it's not liking us, but Billy's gonna get us with 2 minutes. Wonderful, thank you, Billy. Okay, so if you'll please state your name, give your public comment on the inducement, and then sign the book when you are done. We will get this kicked off. Thank you.
My name is Beth Bardwell, and my commissioner is Shannon Reynolds, and I'm concerned that he stepped out of the room during public comment. And so I'm wondering, should we wait until he returns so that he, as one of the 5 votes, is available to hear public comment on this very important issue?
I'm not sure where he is, but we are going to continue with the meeting. He should be back, and if not, he can watch the comments online. So if you can continue with your comments, please.
My name is Beth Bardwell. I am a constituent of Commissioner Shannon Reynolds, and my comment today is I feel that the commission owes a public meeting for the public to hear and ask questions and hear answers from whatever experts, from commissioners that want to speak, before you hold your September 19th vote on whether to pass these IRB bonds. I have not been privy to much of the information that has been shared in whatever meetings you've been holding with the company. There are significant and substantial questions that will be asked at that IRB hearing, and I think the public deserves to have a meeting before or postpone your September 19th meeting so that we can collectively hear and respond to the information on water, on energy, on jobs, on what we're giving up in terms of tax revenue for what is probably a very profitable and wealthy group of investors. So thank you.
Ma'am, if you can please sign the book, if y'all can remember that, please.
Hi, I'm Linda Vandy Rostein. I've already signed the book. I agree very much with what the woman before me said. Commissioner Reynolds said you guys have known about this for 4 months, and you're giving us 27 days for something this big. And I wonder, have you vetted these guys even a little bit, as much as the sheriff has had to vet people who apply? I mean, this is a very well-organized, very glossy presentation that sounds pretty good on the surface. You guys are our representatives. You're the ones who have known about this for 4 months. 27 days is not enough. Honestly, I don't know. Maybe it is a good idea. Maybe they will do everything they promise. But can we really know that in such a short amount of time? Please, please take more time. He just admitted, we've got the best place in the world. We don't need to rush this. So please, do your due diligence and represent us well. Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm already like 7 minutes late for work, so I'm gonna just speak.
Hello, my name is Abigail Saluk-Sugan, and I have been living in Doña Ana ever since I migrated to America, which was about almost 2 decades ago. It's still hot, much hotter now, it's still dry. Sunland Parks still have high levels of arsenic in their water for half the time I've lived here. Indigenous lands in which they're fundamental to their existence is their relationship with the land. I've got a lot of issues in regards to water, especially with this AI data center, but enough about me. I am here on behalf of the youth in our community that I had a privilege of listening and talking with and understanding what they want to see in Las Cruces that will actually keep the youth and families here at the Teens Block Party that occurred in July. So each teen received, sorry, let me just get this. Oh, thank you. Yeah, so each teen received 4 stars. Parents received 4 circle stars. They had 4 options, along with an option to write other ideas on what they want to see in Las Cruces. If you wanted a water park real bad, you can put all 4 stars on the water park, right? And so as you could see, the teens have spoken and they want a water park. I think it's really important to really listen to our youth, especially after the law enforcement's narrative to degrade and blame the youth for disregarding the rule of law and order during the Youngs Park shooting that happened in May, you know, instead of focusing on the fact that the youth are the most underserved people in the county. It is defeatist and nihilistic to spew these to the public. So instead of the $165 billion AI data centers where 1.8 gallons of drinking water, that's about 5 million gallons a day is being used in these AI data centers, we could focus on getting what the kids want, and it's really you know, really cool water park in Las Cruces, and maybe Las Cruces already has a, you know, you guys already have the water park in your radar. That's cool. We should not overlook the fact that the average lifespan of AI data centers are 10 to 15 years in exchange to no water. 90% of employment decreases after construction is complete at 20. Okay, cool. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lindley Hornsby, a resident of Las Cruces, and I'm here today to urge you all to not move forward with inducement of IRB. The answer here is simple, and I don't need more time to understand that this project does not benefit the working and the poor in Doña Ana County. It's here to benefit the rich. New Mexicans need clean and safe drinking water, not another data center. Something that was not on the list under the will nots was that this will not make the lives of equity-deserving communities better in Doña Ana County. I could talk to you about the granular aspects of the issue, the closed-loop cooling systems, using more water through indirect consumption, et cetera, but I don't even think we have to go into the weeds on this matter to see that this is not going to help our communities in the long term. We simply don't have enough water, y'all. You know this, and I expect you all to act on it. And something else that I wanted to talk about, you know, as you all are talking about how important public participation is in this process, are you prepared for the public to not be placated? Because it kind of sounds like some of you have already really decided that you want to vote and move through with this, and you're saying that you want to hear the public, but are you prepared for us to not be placated by what we hear and then change your mind and vote no? Our land doesn't have to make us money, and we need to be supporting the people in this community, and we need clean and safe drinking water. Thank you.
I'm Marianne Staffelt. I live in Commissioner Reynolds' district. I'd like to talk not about the project, but the way you conserved the information that you presented in the packet. For example, the briefings that were given at the start of this session, they could have been included in the packet. I called the county yesterday, partly to ask if there was a typo in the $165 billion, and a very kind woman explained to me, no, that was the number you intended. And I asked, could there be more information? something at the level of detail of what you had provided for the $300,000 you were committing to train. And she said I could come to the meeting and there would be a big reveal, which has materialized. But for example, I learned that you're thinking 4 data centers not to be placed in incorporated areas of the county. Well, I live in an unincorporated one. I don't find any reference in the notice to limiting the sites to something that's zoned, not residential. So that who, what, when, where, why? The details in the notice are not enough for me to think you have adequate notice. I think the site should be limited consistent with the zoning. I think that the approval notice should be presented at a meeting where there was a more constructive packet. And I think you convey, some of you, confidence that you're in the league for $165 billion. And so the question I have is, for your warm-up act, could you raise the money to get functional drinking water, functional wastewater control, and functional storm drainage in the southern part of the county? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commission, my name is Lucas Hernan. I'm a resident of Las Cruces. I'm speaking, hoping that you will not move forward with this inducement or this project for any number of reasons. One of the things that I find most troubling is that we have been here for a couple of hours and nobody has talked about the fact that part of this plan, part of the energy project, is potentially installing nuclear power production on these microgrids as per the MOU signed by Borderplex and the governor. Also, according to that MOU, if Borderplex wants to install natural gas energy production, they would be excluded from pollution controls in this state. How is that not being talked about here? I understand that this is a formality in terms of what you guys are doing today to move on to the next stage, but we cannot have a real honest discussion if we don't have informed constituents who show up knowing that they might have nuclear power installed on the campuses of these grids as part of the conversation, let alone the water. There's enough people here talking about water. Did you all know that they're going to build nuclear power plants in the county? Did anybody know that? No. Yeah, I didn't think so. We can't have an earnest discussion if we don't know about it. And you can't make earnest, honest votes if you don't know about it. And if you did know about it, how come nobody up there has talked about that? Why has nobody else said the word nuclear today? It should have been said out loud. That is a huge, huge change in this county. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commission. My name is Daisy Maldonado. I'm Director of the Empowerment Congress. As you all know, that our organization has been working with residents in Sunland Park and Santa Teresa around the very critical drinking water issues. And when this project came to our lap, we were actually informed we did have Mr. Lanham Napier come to one of our community meetings and give a presentation about the project. And I'll have to say, his presentations haven't changed in that there's very little information that's actually being presented to the community. Like Lucas said, nuclear isn't mentioned, just jobs, 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 money, 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 sign on the dotted line, give us this inducement. And I'm asking the whole commission to vote no on that inducement. Not only do we need more meetings, but we don't need data centers in New Mexico. They're actually not healthy for our environment. They're not healthy for our community. Don't be fooled by the dollar signs. New Mexico deserves better from its electeds. And it's true, we can't do anything now about what our governor signed back in February around the MOU. But you commissioners can do something today to serve your constituents and vote no.
Hello, my name is Jose Saldaña. Hello, Chair and Vice Chair and Commissioners. I want to vote no for the endorsement bond. And I just wanted to mention, what's happening with the water? We need clean water up down south, Santa Teresa, right now. We are just focusing on investing, but what happens to it right now? Nothing has been. And what happened to transparency? If you guys already knew, it was 4 months, according to the Commissioner Reynolds, that he knew, and we're barely finding this out. I think, what is the hurry? What is the hurry of getting this data center in 30 days or 23 days? There's no hurry. Listen to the community. We need transparency from all of you. Help us out. This New Mexico's not gonna be a guinea pig no more. They come, all these private companies come, they just come and make their money and leave. They leave after 15 years. After 15 years, what's gonna happen? We're gonna be in the worst hole. This is not a very good, data centers are not good for the New Mexico. We want them out. And the another one, infrastructure. Make sure about infrastructure. If it's only gonna be infrastructure just on the data center or all throughout the communities. You know, we need infrastructure on all the communities, on all the residential areas, everywhere that's old infrastructure. Why don't you get for the gold bond, instead of the gold bond, why don't you increase or get a portion of taxes from the weed from the marijuana dispensaries and use it for clean water and for infrastructure instead of hiring these or giving the private companies an opportunity? Thank you.
Good morning, Board. My name is Casey Hubden. I'm a resident of Doña County and a staff attorney with the New Mexico Environmental Law Center. We've been working alongside Empowerment Congress and Sunland Park and Santa Teresa community members and residents for the past 2 years in the fight for clean and safe drinking water. And I come to you today to ask you all to vote no on the revenue bonds and to push for a larger public comment opportunity and information session on this. I heard you earlier, Mrs. Neal. Apologies if I got your name wrong. 30 days for public comment or to notify stakeholders, correct? That satisfies the notice requirement. And sure, the county elected officials, you've had 4 months to consider this. But 30 days for stakeholders, is the community not a stakeholder in this? Is the public, the residents and the community members who will be impacted by this, have their water supplies drawn, their soil contaminated, their air contaminated. There'll be no jobs after construction is complete. Usually a data center only has 50 to 200 jobs at most, and those go to large tech companies. They hire out of state for it. And then we look to the people bringing you this proposition. They're not from New Mexico. They will take their profits and they will leave. The companies that you guys are going to be voting to give this bond to were incorporated a week and a half ago. They were incorporated a week and a half ago called Red Chili Ventures, Green Chili Ventures, just to make them sound more local. They're not from here. They're not focused on investing in Doña County. They're not focused on investing in the community members here, and they do not care how they will leave the residents and community members of Southern New Mexico. So we ask you to vote no and look towards your constituents. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Sylvia Ulloa. I'm a constituent of Commissioner Reynolds. I think that there is one thing that I really wanted to bring forward about this proposition, and that is the basic equity question that we have about this process at all. A lot of times people are going to fall all over themselves with the idea that we're going to have $165 billion worth of investment in Doña County. That sounds like a really great number. And we're falling all over ourselves. We're trying to figure out how we're going to make this work. And the one thing that we're not, that there's never enough money for is basic, clean, safe drinking water in Sunland Park and Santa Teresa. Like, where is the urgency for that? There's always never enough money for that. And so I am not a knee-jerk, this is gonna be a terrible thing and all that. Like, I urge you all to think about this very carefully, about what is the net positive to the citizens and residents of Doña Ana County. What are we giving up when we say that we're not gonna tax these corporations on all of this infrastructure, on their equipment? Like, maybe they're gonna provide their own infrastructure, but how does that affect the funding to our schools? How does that affect the funding to our roads? How does that affect our water districts? How does that affect our farmers? And so I really urge you to think very carefully about what are we trading away for the opportunity of $165 billion worth of investment, because we need to know for sure what is it that we are giving up for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, Chair, members of the Commission. My name is Giovanni Sebastian Hernandez. I am the campaigns manager for the New Mexico Dream Team, the state's largest youth-led immigrant advocacy organization. I'm also co-chair of the Southern Borders Community Coalition, a network of immigration and border justice organizations from Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, and California. And I also serve on the National Leadership Committee for United We Dream, the nation's largest youth-led immigrant advocacy organization. And I'm here to ask all of you to vote no on this IRB. A little bit of background concerning AI. We're talking about the present investments, the alleged investments, which are lies to our communities. But what's going to happen next, right? Where is this AI data going to? What companies are going to be harvesting the data of New Mexicans in Doña Ana County? Data from AI data centers are sold and bought by ICE, by DHS, by CBP, by Border Patrol, by LCPD, and others. Already, our communities are subject to flock cameras, which track faces, car types, license plates, and others. This is a huge security risk for the residents of our county. And not to mention, this data is also sold to arms contractors and defense weapons manufacturers that sell weapons to Israel to commit a genocide against Palestinians. This project is a lie, and honestly, if we see this move forward, then we know that bribes do not happen in back rooms. They happen in the public, in the face of the public, and fly in the face of our democracy. I encourage all of you to vote no on the passage of this IRB. Thank you very much.
Hello, Chair and Chair. This is my first time giving public comment, but today I find the courage to speak because I do work in Sunland Park and Santa Teresa, and I do talk to the community. I've done a lot of outreach and asked, what do you guys want for your community? And never have I heard data center. I do hear clean water. We are fighting for that. That is life. This is something I don't believe is gonna help the community. I believe it's gonna be the opposite. I don't have a crystal ball like they do, because they are telling you the future. I think if you guys do look into the facts of what data centers do bring to the communities where they have been built, nothing has been good. I think we will not benefit as a colonia. I do believe 165 billion reasons not to do it. And if you guys can continue to look at that, please vote no. I forgive me for the nerves are taking over, the frustration. This is my first time saying anything, but I'm speaking for thousands of people that live in Sunland Park and Santa Teresa. They spoke to this man and told him, please don't take advantage of us. And he said to their face, I will not. And I believe that is a lie. Again, this is my opinion. I wish I can jump at $165 billion. We are human, and that is intriguing to anybody in our situation, in our state. But please look into the farmers, build something different. You guys you have the land of enchantment. You have the people that are champions that work out here. Please listen to them and please vote no. That is all I have to say.
And sir, your name, please? Sir? Sir? Su nombre, por favor.
Sir.
Your name, sir?
My name is Leo Lopez, and I do work with Empowerment Congress, and that's how I learn a lot about the communities. We do work with colonias, and there's bigger needs, and water is the number one. Please don't let no one drill deeper than they have to get rid of these hazardous waste that they're gonna just put back into our dirt.
You did a great job for not being a public speaker. My name's Bernie Digman. I don't know if it was intentional. In fact, I'm sure it was not intentional. But y'all really whacked the hornet's nest on this one. And the inducement for the IRB is an excellent tool for you. We heard you speak about wanting community involvement and hearing from the community, and I think you're sincere about that. You now have a tool with that IRB and the approval of the IRB. And that tool is you can show a great act of good faith toward your community by having heard what they've already said, either taking this thing off the agenda or voting no on it. If you choose to vote yes on it, it's very clear what your intent is. It's like the crowd that's pushing a car over the hill, and oh no, we're just gonna push it a few feet. Once that thing starts going downhill, it's gonna be really, really tough for your community to stop it. So I would urge you to take the opportunity, take that tool that you have right now and say, you know what? We need to step back on this. We can bring it up later. We can either take it off the agenda, but we need to show the community and it needs to be an act of faith that you are listening to the community and that you're going to do the right thing right now. Thank you.
Chair, Commissioners, my name is Jose Ibarra. My family has been in Sunland Park since the early 90s. I support this inducement, as many community members that I have engaged with in the community support as well. They want jobs for themselves. They want opportunities for their kids. As someone who had to leave my hometown and family to seek opportunities, I don't want to see my kids leave because of lack of opportunities. My community has faced many issues like the landfill and Azarco. I fought those battles, and I didn't see any environmental group supporting me, my community, or that group. I didn't see any Cruces residents going down there to rescue us. We need to move this forward. We need opportunities in my community. I bleed Sunland Park to the bone. I'm a warrior. I'm a Santa Teresa graduate. Sorry, Panthers, no disrespect. We need to see this come forward. We need to stop separating families by not having the economic growth that we need. Please move forward with this inducement. Thank you.
How are y'all? Albert Ibarra. Little nervous, first time coming to one of these events. I am a local resident of Sunland Park. I was born in Las Cruces, New Mexico. Now I own a business, construction, and consulting for safety and environment. We've been meeting with these people about this project coming up in the area. I believe it's a great opportunity, not just because of economic growth or whatever, for a lot of things that it's gonna bring to our community. Like this gentleman Jose just mentioned, keeping families here. I had to travel throughout the states to find the economic support, to keep my family here, to have properties in Sunland Park, Chaparral, to keep bringing businesses and keep growing here. As of right now, I'm really enthusiastic. I'm here trying to get this moving forward.
with the knowledge that we have had for construction and everything else, there's a lot of companies, there's a lot of people in the community that have this strength to build this, to do this, and to get this going. Thank y'all.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Daniel de la Cruz. I'm a resident and a business owner of Sunland Park. And I'm here this morning to express my support for the project being presented by these investors, because I believe it's a real opportunity for our town. First and foremost, this project isn't just about growth on paper, it's about real opportunities. It will create jobs, which means more local families can thrive. And it'll bring new businesses to our area, which benefits all of us. As a business owner, I can say that having more development means more customers and more partnerships. It's a ripple effect that helps not just my community, but other local businesses too. And beyond businesses, this kind of project can improve our infrastructure and bring services that can make life better for everyone, especially in Sunland Park. So I encourage you all to consider how this can uplift our community and keep our town moving forward. Thank you for your time, and please vote yes.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. I'm Julia Brown with New Mexico Economic Development Department, and I'm here to speak in support of the inducement resolution. I will try to walk the fine line of demarcation set out by the chair to only speak to the inducement and not to the project, but it's difficult to separate the two. First, I'd like to commend Chris on his brilliant and succinct explanation of the IRB process, which is a complex and difficult to understand tax tool made possible by the IRS code and state statutes. Projects like this can serve to be a catalyst for spin-off development. The project is going to offer good paying jobs for New Mexico residents. They've already described to some degree the closed loop system that they intend to use, which results in responsible water usage. I encourage transparency in discussions as you move forward from authorizing publication of the notice and the inducement resolution. And finally, of course, I encourage you to vote to approve the authorization to publish and to move forward with this. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, members of the Commission, Davin Lopez, President of the Mesilla Valley Economic Development Alliance, and I'm here to talk about our organization's support for this resolution for publication. We believe it's healthy to move forward and have conversations. A lot of people opened up the dialogue right now today. They want to have more information on the project, get to understand it a little bit more. If we say no today, then we're not going to have those conversations. Let's be honest about that. We're not going to have those conversations. And I think we need to move forward, because the last thing I want to do is chase away jobs and new tax revenue opportunities for Doña County, because we're not going to be getting it from the federal government. Important types of investments that could help with our infrastructure, help with all the challenges that everyone had talked about today with water. But we don't get there unless we have revenues and tax revenues to do that. So before we chase away jobs, before we chase away tax revenue, we support this, and we look forward to the conversation happening next month. Thank you very much.
Morning again. Yes. My name's Jim Hurst. Yes. Seize the day. This county's got a great economic opportunity afforded by the explosion of technology that must be good for us, because it's sure happening and people are making a whole lot of money on it. Get the economic development into this county while you can. Technology doors don't stay open very long. Seize the day, jump in with both feet, go for it. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Cindy Haber.
I want to mention this is a very pretty package. And I find a lot of times when the package looks really pretty, you find out the ugly that's underneath. I've been through many states in this country that had were beautiful states at one time. And then they got industrialized. And then the water got polluted. This is a time when I think your constituents need time to take an interest and inform themselves of this. Voting for a gold bond, and I apologize because as a citizen, I've just now gotten involved in my local government. And I would see gold bond, it's not costing me anything. Okay, I'll vote for it. Not knowing anything more than that little blurb that we get when we find out what it's for. This is something we do not want to marry right away. We need a long courtship for. And I think if our land is so beautiful and they're so in love with our beautiful land, it can wait another year and we can be informed what we're doing. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Daniel Nelson. I am a supervisor with Doña and Water Commission. And I came here with the open mind like you guys all. You have to be a jurist. You have to look at this. You hear the negative, you hear the positive. I'm looking at both sides of it because one is going to take property land, is probably going to take different agriculture, but it is bringing jobs. The average income of Doña Ana County is $55,000. I know I don't get that, but this would be $75,000. The jobs would be. That means more homes, more cars, more economic base. Plus the money they're going to give you can go back to schooling. We are number 48, 49, or 50, I keep hearing the polls, of our education. If that money goes in to help schools and further the generations, then you need to think about that when you vote. I know they're going to come to us and make a presentation to us too. But back to what the lawyer said, I got our notification on August 15th is when I got this letter, and I went, that's a lot of money, and that's the reason why I came down here. I mean, Dallas Stadium was $1 billion to build that for, we're looking at $165 billion in our economy. And I mean, Chaparral needs it. This area needs it. We need more input in this community. And I just am here, like I said, as a jurist. Do I say yes or do I say no? It's now up to you. Jobs, no jobs. Education, no education. $75,000, $55,000. It's up to you guys. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you for operating the timer, Brandy. I appreciate that new job duty. Commissioner, yes, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for Denise regarding, thank you, Denise, regarding the community meetings. What's the timeline? I mean, are you looking at a meeting every day in different communities? What are you suggesting?
We are planning several series of community meetings.
Thank you, Vice Chair, for the question. Yeah, right now the plan is we're going to be in the community regularly. We don't have a specific whether it's daily or 3 times a week yet. That is still forming, but we're committed to do it. I enjoyed the feedback session today. I think we hear the issues, and I think we'll be able to engineer good answers. I think we'll deliver a good outcome.
Okay, so I think I need a more profound answer to that than just a regular meeting.
Excuse me.
Thank you. So if I can follow up, are we thinking of maybe perhaps 2 meetings in Chaparral, 3 meetings in Sunland Park, 2 meetings in Hatch, what the schedule is? Because I really like to get a handle on, I mean, we had a great presentation, and I enjoyed the presentation, and I can see the pros and cons, but also to include the public as a partner with this project, with this proposed project. And so we have a lot of people here. And this is a perfect opportunity to say, these are the meetings we're going to have on certain dates, and we're planning X amount of meetings in each community so that the questions that are being asked today may be answered.
Chair, Vice Chair, so I'll be doing the community engagement, and we already scheduled in Sunland Park for a whole month. We're gonna be meeting twice a week, Tuesday and Thursday for the next 3 weeks at the sport complex. That's we're starting with Sunland Park, and we're gonna start moving to La Union, to Anthony, to Chaparral, to Vado, Chamberino, and all the way up to Las Cruces. And we're not disregarding Commissioner Sanchez district either, as we're gonna be engaging with Hatch as well. And we're gonna start moving forward in scheduling the meetings in different parts of the county. I wanna make sure we cover the entire county.
Thank you for that response, and please include me because I was, or I am, as the community engagement person assigned for the entire commission. So I look forward to dates, times, length, topics, and community engagement. Thank you.
And I'll go ahead and relate all that information to you since you're in charge of the engagement. I'll make sure that information gets to you, Vice Chair Chaparro.
Mil gracias.
Muchas gracias.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we'll get a schedule going, we'll get that out.
We'll ensure and relay the information and share with the public so you all can attend.
Okay,
Mr. Chair?
yes, Commissioner Reynolds.
Thank you. First, I want to apologize to the audience at large for me coughing my way out of here. Something happened this weekend. I'm having trouble with a cough. However, I promise you I will take the time to review every one of the comments that are recorded this morning and make sure I see those by the end of the day. And thank you. Something else I'd like to say is I think so the quote was somebody made it. I've been talking about this for 4 months. To be honest, I didn't know I was talking about this when I was talking about this because I found out about more details about it like everyone else on the commission did about 3 or 4 weeks ago. What I was talking, the discussions I was having and didn't know they were about this project was about our infrastructure in Sunland Park, Santa Teresa, the water situation, the power situation, and just generic comments about how we as a board and as a county are trying to address those challenges. Now, what I'd also like to say, which I think is very important, is I appreciate your all's water signs here. And I think if you look back over the last 3 months, this board has taken significant action in order to fix those problems by separating from CRUA. We recognize that there's a problem with the water. However, as this board, we've had no control over that since CRUA was actually formed, except having board members on the seats on the board. Since we have announced and working with New Mexico Environmental Department in order to separate CRUA into a county organization, into the city organization, we are going to take control of the assets that are in the county, which, by the way, is Santa Teresa in most part. So we are committed, and we have already started by investing $187,000 on fixing the fire hydrants down there, and we're committed to re-engineering that system so that you don't have any more problems with brown water and arsenic, and actually doing what's necessary to fix that problem. This does not, none of this decision today affects any of that. As a matter of fact, one of the things that we insist on as part of this discussion is that the water impact based on this decision for this data center is not going to have a negative impact on the water situation down in Santa Teresa and Sunland Park. If it does, then I promise you we will be on top of it. Now, something else you all don't know, and I can't be specific about this, is there is still going to be a lot of money coming into the county, and this board, I'm hoping, will work together to make sure that it does go into your community and does provide the infrastructure necessary and the education necessary to make us prepared to capitalize on this opportunity. So I appreciate every one of your comments, and I think so far, it sounds like a lot of them are coming from the fact that you have not enough information about what's going on. I empathize with that, I sympathize with that, and I understand exactly what you're saying. It's our responsibility as a board, if we at least entertain this opportunity, that we provide you the education necessary and the information necessary to understand where we're coming from over the next 3 weeks. With your patience, indulgence, and participation, I believe that this board is going to provide you the opportunity to understand this probably better than I do today. And so that when it comes September the 19th, you'll either understand or you won't understand. But I think that if we don't take some action on this opportunity and at least explore it over the next 3 weeks, that we may be doing you a disservice. As a matter of fact, I believe we will be doing a disservice. That's my concern. If we don't at least consider this, get all the information out there, become educated, and look into this, I believe we're doing you a disservice, because what I know about it right now, it's going to bring an influx of opportunity into this county that we've not had in the past. So the real question, I believe, is this a risk or is it an opportunity? And I can't answer that for you except to provide you education and knowledge and understanding of what this project means, and then let you decide for yourself whether it's good or bad. But if we don't at least publish today, all this opportunity, all this challenge goes away. That's my concern, okay? And I don't think anybody knows enough yet to make a good decision on this, and I'm ready to be educated even more about it. So that's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Gomeros.
Okay, so somebody had brought up the comment on how would the community be notified for these meetings and dates. And so, I don't know, I would like to, extend to see if Empowerment Congress would be willing to work, with getting that information, since they are out there in the community and helping to, let the community members know that these dates, once the dates are set, so that way community can be notified and, go out there. They were a great resource for me when I was having my community meetings, and I really do appreciate them for getting the community out there. So, and they're such a great resource for the community. So that's what I would suggest one way. I don't know, maybe another way is sharing those dates also with the county, and the county putting up on a website. So then that way people can also get on there and see all the dates. So in case you can't go to one, you can go to another. That's what I would like to see, with that information. Also, I just want to reiterate that today is just, voting to take that step forward, right? And then we will have some time, hopefully with these community meetings, getting more questions answered that people have. And just learning more about the community of the, I guess, the negative aspects or the positive aspects of having this project come in. And I just want to reiterate that I know there's like a lot about the water here, the situation. I understand that. But, this company is willing to come in and invest, tens of millions of dollars into our water and our wastewater as well to help out in that community. The usage, like they said, it would be the usage would just mainly be like used for their employees, toilet or drinking water. Also, they would be providing their own electrical power to source, be their own power supply for their project as well. So, and then I just think that, we do need to have more information. The community definitely does, I understand. This is just something that you're barely learning. So, I think with these community meetings, I hope that more information can get out there and more understanding, and that you will feel comfortable about this. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner, anyone else? Commissioner Reynolds? Oh, you're good. Commissioner Sanchez or anything?
No, I'm good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay. Anything else, Denise?
I would just like to point out that items 17 and 18 are related. So item 18, again, your vote is only to publish notice of hearings for a LIDA ordinance.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Brandy?
Commissioner Gameros,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaparro,
No.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes. Motion carries. The resolution will be published. Brandy?
The resolution number is 2025-96.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Okay, so next we do have to deal with item number 18, which is authorization to publish the notice of hearing. Commissioners, do we have a motion for the publication of the notice of hearing title and general summary?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Denise? Nothing?
No.
Okay. Commissioners, anything? Brandy?
Commissioner Gameros,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaparro,
No.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes. Motion carries. Permission to publish. Thank you, everyone, and thank you, staff, for helping this along today. Number 19, which is to approve the amended resolution for the Go Bond question to be placed on the November 2025 election ballot. Commissioners, do we have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor to approve the amended Go Bond questions resolution, sorry. Today, we do have our Assistant County Manager Lopez, as well as Mr. Muirhead. You're the star of the show again, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Stephen Lopez, Assistant County Manager. And this is bringing back an item that was tabled at the last meeting. Just as a reminder of Robert's Rules of Order as understood by this non-Robert's Rules of Order person, I believe you have to start with consideration of the item that was tabled before you can then look at amendments or substitutions. And with that being said, it was discussed at the last meeting that there was a desire to see some changes from that original item. So what was just passed out to you is the feedback that County Manager Scott Andrews had received from commissioners as the kind of starting point of that discussion. So we'll turn it over to the board to see if you have any questions, discussion, or direction, and we are prepared to make live edits as need be.
Okay, so we are, all right, I'm just gonna wait a minute until the doors kind of close so that way we can discuss further.
Mr. Chair, should we take a 5-minute recess?
Would you like a 5-minute recess?
Yes, I think we should.
Okay.
That'll give us time to clear the.
Well, the last time we did 5 minutes, it turned into 10, so I'm just gonna say 10 in hopes that we get out of here.
Mr. Chair, if items are in the executive room, I would suggest maybe a 20-minute recess so that the board can eat real quick.
Mr. Chairman, I would respectfully ask that we just continue on. If you are going to be taking a 20-minute recess for this, I'm not going to be able to participate.
Okay.
And I'm already.
Oh, no, I understand,
I'm just
Commissioner.
asking. Let's get. I would much rather get through this now, if we can, if for
respect
consideration. I know I'm only one person, but I would respectfully ask that we move forward with it now.
No, I respect that, Commissioner, and I would rather all of us be here than one of us missing. If you're needing a 5-minute break, go ahead, and we'll just continue on with the conversation, and you can jump in when you get back. Are you needing a break? No?
I got 5, I can go for another 5 or 10. I'm fine.
Okay, let's keep going then. Vice Chair is gonna, no? Okay. That way we just have everyone here. So we are looking at the item that was tabled at our prior commission meeting because we were looking at more information in the community meetings to follow. So with that being said, what was tabled was, do we have that?
Was the 2 questions that are right on the screen.
Okay.
We had 2 questions. The first was for 60 million. The second was for 80 million.
Okay.
And then the feedback received by County Manager Scott Andrews was to break it into 3. Question number 1 being 70 million, question 2, 35 million, question 3, 35 million. So that alternate, with those alternate questions is what was just handed out to you.
Mr. Chair, Madam, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner.
Then I would like to make a motion that we actually amend the resolution in order to replace the original 2 questions with the 3 questions that are presented with us today.
Okay, so we do have a motion to amend the prior resolution that was tabled at the last meeting to, instead of doing the 2 questions, to bringing up the 3 questions that are in the packet today. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second on that amendment to the original motion?
I second it.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Reynolds and a second by Commissioner Gometos. Mr. Lopez, can you please bring up the 3 questions that are in the new packet today? Thank you, sir.
Are you going to vote on that?
Okay.
Well, I have a
Questions?
question before the vote proceeds, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Of course, this is the time for discussion.
Thank you. Would somebody please just jar my memory on High Mesa Road?
Mr. Lopez, this is one of your favorite talking points. Take it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair. High Mesa Road is the road that has been talked about for at least 40 years that would connect the Santa Teresa Industrial Park to the City of Las Cruces Industrial Park. And more specifically, that's the conversation we've had over the last year with it having drops down into directly La Union, Chamberino, La Mesa, and Mesilla, and then going around the fairgrounds. And so as it relates to question number 3, I'm thinking that's where you're picking that up. Question number 3 is not building the High Mesa Road. It's just making that allowance at the fairgrounds for the connection to that road.
Thank you.
Okay. So just to go over this entirely, in its entirety. Question number 1, shall Doña County issue up to 70 million in bonds for the acquisition, planning, design, construction, and equipping of new, enhanced, and upgraded recreational centers, parks, trails, and community centers? So with this, I just want to go over and get some clarification on this. So we are looking at community centers being our community centers that we currently have. That's going to be like in, I'm losing my train of thought. Mesquite, La Mesa, we're looking at community centers down south, up north, in everyone's district, Butterfield, Rincon, Doña, Oregon, Chaparral. So those community centers, which the county already owns and operates, we're looking at improvements to those.
Right.
Okay. We have planning, design, construction, and equipping of recreational centers. So with those recreational centers, what we would be looking at is something in the neighborhood of doing indoor and outdoor recreation.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, that is the feedback that we have heard from the meetings that you all were having is when it comes to recreation centers, there is a desire for both.
Okay.
Both indoor facilities and outdoor facilities.
Okay, so
and
this
what
is
exactly those would look like
we'll get with
would still need to be designed.
Okay, parks, trails, pretty self-explanatory. Question number 2 is, shall Doña County issue up to 35 million in bonds for acquisition, planning, design, construction, and equipping of water, wastewater, roads, and broadband infrastructure? So this is going to be pretty self-explanatory. This is going to be to continue the design and construction of our wastewater system within our community. This is going to be to further the extent of clean potable drinking water into our community. Road infrastructure, that's going to be the road, is that Road Initiative Phase 4?
Mr. Chair, yes, that was Roads Initiative Phase 4 and could be Phase 5, depending on the commission's direction.
Perfect. And then broadband infrastructure, and that's going to be leveraging grants, federal grants, state monies as well to make sure that the 35 million goes as far as it can go, I would assume.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. And then question number 3, shall Doña County issue 35 million in bonds for acquiring, design, planning, design, construction, and equipping of event venue upgrades at the county fairgrounds to include facility improvements, conversion of the old speedway into an amphitheater, and road access improvements along planned High Mesa Road. So that is pretty self-explanatory, but we'll just go into a little bit. So that is using our current fairgrounds to create an entertainment hub or district to look at fairground improvements, and then an amphitheater and road access improvements along the planned High Mesa Road.
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Cool. Commissioners,
Mr. Chair.
questions? Yes, Vice Chair.
Thank you. Primeramente, las personas de habla español quienes están escuchando hoy día, mil gracias por asistir a nuestras reuniones comunitarias. Basado en esto, hemos llevado a cabo las 3 preguntas, las cuales van a estar por la votación en noviembre. So thanks to the communities or the community members who attended our community meetings, based on their opinions, based on your feedback, the questions went from 2 to 3. And I need to also thank my fellow commissioners for listening to the public and really wanting to cater to the public as we should, because it's their money. Mil gracias a todos.
Thank you. It is so great to have the instant translations on the board. That's awesome. So I just want to say, I know this is, oh, yes?
After you speak, I do have a couple of questions and comments.
Take it away, Commissioner, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Lopez, just wondering, what specific broadband infrastructure are we looking to fund?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Sanchez, I don't believe IT has narrowed down specifically. I know that there is a financial need right now for continuation of the North Valley broadband infrastructure. I believe we have it down to possibly Radium Springs or Rincon, and we need to connect it still to Las Cruces in order to finish up the North Valley. And then I know that there are already some projects underway that IT has been coordinating with private sector for broadband in the South Valley. But I'm going to turn it over to ACM Deborah Weir in case she has more details she can share.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. No, Stephen, you covered the areas that they're actively working on and looking at.
Perfect.
You know, isn't this also, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. And I'm just wondering, what's the dollar amount that we're looking at for that?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Sanchez, I do not have an exact dollar figure for you or an estimate. I believe we can get Kent English down here, and he will give us that data.
Thanks. A specific scoring or evaluation process for roads that would be included in the next roads initiative?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Sanchez, the answer is we did discuss it at the work session earlier this month. We were giving the commissioners, per the discussion we had at that meeting, through August to give us feedback on that. And so we are planning on bringing that to you in September. So the floor is still open on that.
Thank you, sir. So here's my thoughts, commissioners. By where we were at in April, I felt we were pretty united on what we were looking to do and understanding that the public was going to provide us input, and that would, essentially, we would pivot a little bit and move that. There are some wholesale changes in this that, and when I look at this, look, I will tell you the feedback I'm getting from my constituents is they are confused. They are confused at how much the GO bond is going to cost them. And we know when we discussed this in the retreat, the reason we looked at using a GO bond as the tool to do this was so that those that had that may not have as much resources would potentially have to put in a lot less, so that their impact to them would be a lot less compared to those that are more well off. But what we've seen is that our local media has run with the fact that your property taxes are going to increase by $160 a year. Didn't matter that it was the value was $280, it was for a home that's $280,000. And if it was, and it's based off that, that's what people are thinking, because, maybe we haven't done the best job of really working to educate people. And that's something that I was trying to do during my sessions. I don't know how that came up in your sessions when you had them, but that was one of the things that I focused on. But now you break it up to 3 questions, and now you're expecting them to know what 70 million or 35 million is going to be an impact to them. We are making this so complicated that people the confusion is going to increase. And the idea that we're including roads, looking at question 2 in particular, I'm not against roads and I'm not against broadband infrastructure. But without knowing the values of what we're going to be doing, it seems to me by using a once-in-a-generation tool, a 20-year tool, it doesn't make sense for us to do this, commissioners. To do a roads initiative that we've already done 4 stages of with our reserves. This is not, we don't need to be using financing for over 20 years to do another roads initiative. Why? This should be just something we should be doing as part of a strategic plan every year, a couple of roads every year. But you want to take out use this money to get to yes. I understand that that's some of the feedback we get, but the GO bond shouldn't be used for these projects we are already doing. Infrastructure for broadband, we should already be looking to use that within our existing revenues or our reserves, not a GO bond. The GO bond, yes, when you look at question 1, those are the things we talked about, rec centers, the community centers, things that don't exist today that were bigger, that we need this influx of money for. Those are the things we should be looking at. In the meantime, question 3, and I get it, right? When we look at an amphitheater, I know I got mixed feedback. But I will tell you that not every one of my community members was against the idea of an amphitheater. And we know with an amphitheater, I have a letter, I don't know if you all received it, from Barbara Hubbard, and I'd be glad to share that with you. But, the vision of an amphitheater was not just to give us a venue to have performing arts, but it also provided opportunities for additional jobs. It offered opportunities for students from NMSU to be able to have real life experiences in the management of these shows. But now we're reducing it down to 35 million, which is not anywhere near what we need, especially if you're starting to add more into it and take it away. But this is where I'm really disappointed that this is where we're at from us as commissioners, is that we've walked away from where we were at in April to where we're at now. And we're making it more complicated, and we're trying to put in some fluff in here instead of really focusing and making a decision. Yes, at the end, it's going to be our voters that are going to decide. But I don't agree with a comment that Vice Chair Chaparro made earlier, that we're here just to do what our constituents say. And what I mean is that we see, obviously, we get public input, and we are here to represent our constituents. But sometimes we have to have a little part of being selected and being a leader in the community means we have some vision that sometimes others may not believe in or they may not see. So sometimes we need to have a little bit of courage to be able to put it out there because we believe in it. So for what it's worth, I do not support separating this in, I don't support it going into 2, and I don't support going into 3, even less going into 3 questions. You're diluting what we want to do. We're not being clear. We're in these questions and how much is going to go to each. And we were talking about transparency, but we're making it worse. So consider that, commissioners. But I can't support the direction we're going.
Mr. Chair, we have been joined by Kent English, our Director of IT, so that he can answer the question that Commissioner Sanchez asked earlier.
Okay. Welcome, Mr. English.
Commissioner, Chair, Commissioners. So we completed the northbound broadband project, and the county matched $4 million for that project. So that's been completed. We're connecting our buildings, and they should be supplying connectivity to companies and individuals in that area. Earlier this year, I talked to probably, it was either 2 or 3 other broadband companies that wanted to come into this part of New Mexico and looking to put in infrastructure. All of those have been put on hold because they were related to the OBI Pinon and the OBI grants, the broadband grants that were earlier this year that we applied for. And then those were put on hold, those funds. And so when I reached back out to those companies, they have also put their plans on hold because they were relying on those funds as well. To my knowledge, there's no one else that is currently planning anything into the south. Most of the companies want to come in and do things around Las Cruces because that's their return on investment. They want all the subscribers, and then that's going to fund them basically creating radios out to the more rural areas. But if they can't get that base, then they're not going to expand out. But all of them have basically the same plan, is they want to come into the populated area first and get subscribers and then create radios out to those other areas.
Okay.
So, Mr. English, I guess, how much money are we looking at if the project's already done and they're looking at proposed projects? What kind of funding are we needing for this?
I'm trying to remember what the grants were that we applied for. I want to say they went up to potential $20 million, I think, per award, and those were put on hold. Like I said, there's no current projects that we have proposed that are active that are requiring any matching funds at this point. If the county itself wanted to fund these projects, I think $35 million would be a drop in the bucket to get that started.
How much?
The $35 million that you're showing up there on number 3, 2.
Yeah.
It talks about many things, but also mentions broadband. Even for the broadband, I think $35 million is just a drop. It's going to take an extensive amount of funds to get out into those areas, just because running fiber, I think it runs like about $1 million a mile, I want to say.
$1 million. Okay. Goodness gracious. Okay, thank you, Mr. English. Commissioner Sanchez, any other questions for Mr. English?
No, I think, like I said, I don't at this time. Thank you, Mr. English.
Thank you, sir. So just a couple comments. I do agree with Commissioner Sanchez on the road portion of this. And the more I've been thinking about it and the more that we've been talking about it, I really would love to see our roads initiative 4 come from county reserves that we have if it's possible. I agree. I don't think we should be financing roads for the next few decades. I understand that's a little hiccup in this design, but I know that we've done really well for roads in the last, 6, 7 years? We've done 3 huge road packages. Thank you. That's a great word. I'm going to use that more often. So I would definitely love to see maybe us look at how to do roads package 4 and possibly roads package 5 out of county funds and not out of the GO bond. And I think I agree with that. Why dilute that package? That I do agree with. I don't know if you commissioners have any, I don't know if my fellow commissioners have thoughts on that as well, but I think that is something that we've done a really good job at out of reserves, and I would like to see us continue that motion for the next few years. Thoughts?
Mr. Chair, I stepped out momentarily. So from what I am understanding, and I came in at the latter part of your statement, that you would like to withdraw roads from question number 2? Is that correct?
I just want to know what the fellow commissioners think, because I think that it would be like paying for a road for 30 years. That doesn't really sit well with me, but the infrastructure part I do like. Thoughts on, can we look at budgetary restraints on that?
So, Mr. Chair, we're getting a nod from Lucio in the back. He can look at it. I don't think he's signing a check right now, though, right? Okay, big smile from Lucio, yes.
Okay.
Related to the other 2 items on there, water, wastewater, and the broadband, you just heard about the broadband. On the water, wastewater, we may have other funding opportunities available in the near future that we can talk about probably in closed session because we're not at liberty yet to discuss exactly what that might look like. But that may provide even more than this bond question does.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chair, if I may, if we're going into closed session, Mr. Lopez, regarding possible grants funding for wastewater, would it not be just prudent to take the break now and talk about those funding opportunities and then come back and vote on these questions?
So I definitely hear what Vice Chair is saying, but I don't think we can talk about the GO bond in closed session or anything related to the GO bond in closed session. It has to be done out in public, correct?
It depends on what the specifics of the portions of the GO bond that you're talking about. If you're talking about, direct land acquisitions or water rights or things like that that might be purchased through the GO bond, we can discuss those specific items concerning the GO bond.
And Mr. Chair, that's what I was referencing to. Mr. Lopez mentioned that there might be other monies available for water and wastewater, and we are already going into closed session regarding those items. So would it not be prudent to perhaps discuss the opportunities before we go into the vote so that we're aware of the funding opportunities, and if we need to remove those from question 2 as well as roads when we come back? I think it's prudent.
And Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, woe be it to me to advise the board on prudent. I think you all are able to make that decision if you would like to go into closed session.
I think we're still trying to figure out if we're going into closed session or not. I haven't had a motion, so is there?
So moved.
Okay. We have a
Would you like for
motion.
me to read the
I think
entire
you have
thing?
to.
Okay, just a second. I move that the commission convene in closed session so that the board may convene in closed session regarding a limited personnel matter, the purchase, acquisition, or disposal of real property and water rights to discuss information that is covered by attorney-client privilege pertaining to threatened or pending litigation as authorized by the Open Meetings Act, Section 10-15-1H27, and date New Mexico State Statutes annotated 1978.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we do have a
If
motion.
we are allowed to, second, to
Yeah,
discuss
no,
that.
it needs a second to go into closed session. Comments, commissioners? Seeing none, Brandy?
Commissioner Gameros?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
No.
Vice Chair Chaparro?
Yes.
Chair Sheldon Hernandez?
No. Motion passes. We will be going into closed session. When we come back, we will continue the discussion, and then we will have public comment before a formal vote on that. Okay, we'll be back. Thank you. Um, you ready, William? Cool. Okay, let the record reflect that nothing was discussed in closed session other than the items that were mentioned that put us into that closed session. Do I need a motion and a second to go into open session again?
So moved.
Okay, second. Brandy, we made a motion and a second to go back into open session. I don't know, do we? No? Okay, well, we're back.
No, you don't, there's no motion necessary to go back in open session. Once we just simply state that nothing was discussed in closed session other than what was approved by the vote to go into closed session. That's all we need. And then just say we are back in open session and dealing with, and continue with the other items.
Okay. So we are back. Let's continue the conversation.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Madam Vice Chair.
So I propose that we amend the questions from what we had proposed, the former proposal from 3 questions to 2 questions, combining question 1 and question 2. So it shall be read as follows. Question 1, shall Doña County issue up to $105 million in bonds for acquisition, planning, design, construction, and equipping of new, enhanced, upgraded recreational centers, parks, trails, community centers, and acquisition, planning, design, construction of water and wastewater. Deleting roads and broadband infrastructure based on the information we gathered from Mr. Lopez. And then question 2 would be question 3. Or question 3 would be question 2.
Mr. Chair, point of order. Okay, am my understanding, Vice Chair, that you're recommending we change the original first question, second question? Or are you talking about amending the 3 questions? Which one are you talking about?
Well, I was just suggesting, I wasn't making a motion, just for further discussion.
Okay, well, we have a couple options here. Since we have a motion on the table to actually accept the 3 questions, we can withdraw our motions and then go back to the original questions, or we can make an amendment to these 3 questions. So whichever way you want to do it is fine. I'm just trying to make sure we get the right process, that's all.
It was just merely a suggestion for purposes of discussion, Commissioner. Thank you.
So does anybody have a motion or a request to withdraw motions?
Well, it wasn't a motion, but
Just a suggestion.
it was a suggestion to continue discussion merely. That was my suggestion, but it's not a motion yet. I'd like to hear from my fellow commissioners.
So
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, Vice
Seeing
Chair.
that I'm not hearing anything else, I move that question number 1 should read, as previously mentioned, combining question 1 and 2. I'll just read it into the record. Question number 1, shall Doña County issue up to $105 million in bonds for acquisition, planning, design, construction, and equipping of new, enhanced, upgraded recreational centers, parks, trails, community centers, acquisition, planning, design, construction, and equipping of water and wastewater. Question number 2, shall Doña County issue $35 million in bonds for acquiring, design, planning, design, construction, and equipping of event venue upgrades at the county fairgrounds to include facility improvements, conversion of Old Speedway to amphitheater, and road access improvements along the planned High Mesa Road.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to adjust from the 3 questions down to 2 questions and altering each question. I'm just trying to wrap my head around all this right now. I think I want to point a couple things out, and I think that the more that we talk about this and the more that we've taken off roads, we want to figure out a different mechanism to get roads done on a more regular basis and not fund it over decades. I think that's the right choice, 100%. Infrastructure, 100%, that is something that was blaring during our community meetings. And I understand wanting to put those 2 things together with, new, enhanced, and upgraded recreational city centers, parks, trails, community centers, water, and wastewater. I think we all understand that we could put $100 million towards water and wastewater in our community tomorrow and spend every dime of it. And, how are we going to navigate what those commitments are to our community members? There's communities all throughout the county that they lack a community, not a community center, but a place to gather and a place to convene and a place to, share experiences in life and all those things. And I feel like we're just kind of, we're diluting a lot of the things in question 1, where it's going to be hard for me because we could also put $105 million towards recreational centers, community center improvements, and parks. So are they equally going to get each, 52 million? Like, how is that going to look? How are we going to go forward with that? And then question 2, now giving $35 million for planning, design, construction, and equipping of event venue upgrades at the county fairgrounds, Old Speedway to an amphitheater, and roadway access. Like, I appreciate that we're actually identifying what our plans are out there. But also, I think when we're having these conversations about what monies could be coming into the county in the future, we're looking at other grant opportunities. We're looking at private-public partnerships for things. I think in the end, I'm starting to think that we're tying our hands a little bit too much by putting numbers to each one of these instead of an overall idea. And I know that, I don't know, y'all. I'm just talking, but I'm starting to see the issues with putting numbers to projects, because I could literally spend $105 million tomorrow on wastewater and water in our community. I think each one of us knows that. I could also spend $105 million and get 2 recreational centers that are amazing and beautiful and a place for our community to thrive. I could also put 105. So I don't know. Now I'm in my head. Congrats. Now you get Chris's head noise. Yes.
So the way I'm looking at this is, once the public votes for this, and if it passes, then the public has spoken, right? And then now we start having our community meetings with them again to really get down what is it that they really want to see within the communities. And this is where we can go out as commissioners saying, hey, look, this is what we've decided, right? This is what we're looking at. We're wanting to have a recreational facility in this area. What is it that you would like to see, right? And then we go from there prioritizing, making sure that everybody's prioritizing what they want to see in there. Because of course, like you said, we could put 105 million into just one if we wanted to, right? But I think letting the community in that area put in their, yes, their wish list, thank you, their wish list. That's the way I would want to work this out and let them dictate to us in a way like what is it that they would want to see. So like if we were to go into, say La Mesa, right, and ask them what is it that you really want to see, and they said, well, you know what, we want to see trails, or we really want to see on the community center, we want it a little bit bigger because the room is a little too small for us, you know, and then that's where we can bring back that information with the insight, and we sit, and now we have this information that we can go through and sort and get an idea of what the community wants.
No, thank you for that.
Mr. Chair,
Vice Chair.
I'm going to echo what Commissioner Gamero said. I think that's an excellent idea, Commissioner, and I believe that's what we were hearing during our community meetings, that our residents needed input. And I think this is probably a good way to navigate the questions that we're having at this point. Because yes, Chair, you're right, we could spend millions and millions of dollars with wastewater, but we do have opportunities with private-public partnerships and also private-public partnerships with the amphitheater. But the beauty of this is allowing the voters to vote on what they prefer. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else, commissioners? Okay. So we need to vote on the amended questions, the amended motion for the questions.
Stephen, can you read verbatim what you have, just to make sure we captured all of that from the vice chairs?
Yes, it is up on your screens, hopefully. Question number 1, shall Doña County issue up to $105 million in bonds for the acquisition, planning, design, construction, and equipping of new, enhanced, and upgraded recreational centers, parks, trails, community centers, and for acquisition, planning, design, construction, and equipping of water, wastewater systems? And then question numbered 2, shall Doña County issue up to $35 million in bonds for acquiring, design, planning, construction, and equipping of event venue upgrades at the county fairgrounds to include facility improvements, conversion of the old speedway to an amphitheater, and road access improvements along the planned High Mesa Road?
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
in order to simplify this process, I believe that what we probably should do is to withdraw all of our motions, except for the motion to reconsider the original question, which is where we began, and then simply to state this as the amended to the first 2 questions. Because otherwise, I don't know how Brandy's going to keep track of all this stuff. Okay.
Well, we can do that.
So I can withdraw my original motion.
Okay.
Okay, to adopt the 3 questions.
Okay.
And then Commissioner Gameros can withdraw her second.
Well, Commissioner Chapato would first have to
First
withdraw
after this.
her motion first.
Yeah. So anyway, let's just say we withdraw all our motions and start all over. Is my
Commissioner
point.
Vice Chair, would you like to do that?
I'll withdraw my motion, and would you like for me to state the,
No, let's just say we withdraw
Okay.
our motions so we can get the record clear.
Perfect.
And then the only thing we'll do is you make the motion to amend the original 2 questions.
Exactly.
And I think that'll clear everything up.
Cool.
And then we'll
Okay.
get a good, clean meeting.
So she withdraw.
all right, I withdraw my motion, thank you.
I withdraw my motion as
Yeah,
well.
okay, good. That's good. Now if you'll make your motion
Clean slate?
for 1 and 2 again, and we'll pass
right.
it, we'll be good.
I'm sorry, Brandy.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to move that question number 1 be, what is on the screen, shall Doña County issue up to $105 million in the bonds for acquisition, planning, design, construction, equipping of new, enhanced, upgraded recreational centers, parks, trails, community centers, and for acquisition, planning, design, construction, and equipping of water, wastewater systems. Question number 2, shall Doña County issue up to $35 million in bonds for acquiring, design, planning, construction, and equipping of event venue upgrades at the county fairgrounds, to include facility improvements, conversion of the old speedway to an amphitheater, and the road access improvements along the High Mesa Road?
Do we have a second?
I second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to change the questions to option 1 and option 2 on the screen. Commissioners, discussion?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to defer to any public comment. I see Mr. Uribe in the back.
Public comment on the motion to change the questions to option 1 and option 2 on the screen. We also have another vote to take after the amended motion on the resolution as a whole. So this would be on the amendment for the 2 options.
I get 3 minutes?
Pardon?
I get 3 minutes?
Yes, yeah, Brandy, go ahead. I don't know. Yeah, it's working. Go ahead. Hit number 3, sister. Thank you. Go ahead.
You know, listening to the folks today and then listening to the folks in our communities and the things that we desire in our communities is a quality of life we've all been advocating for decades. So clean water, adequate infrastructure, roads so emergency vehicle access can come in. Those are things that we've been advocating for and our tax dollars have been paying for. So when I hear commissioners come in and say stuff like we don't know about infrastructure or mention things that, you know, these are just forthcoming right now. The things I see that are forthcoming right now are some of these things like our community centers, which have been paid for already by tax dollars. When I hear the conversation now that we're looking at taking out the necessary needs with infrastructure, and we talk about economic development and future growth in our communities, we can't do that and attract the businesses if we don't have the infrastructure, and we don't. But you see the folks that were coming in, and the same argument can be raised for this GO bond, is that it seems a little rushed. It seems like it hasn't really been with due diligence, getting input from our communities, which I think is vital and important for you to get buy-in. I agree with some of the things that Commissioner Sanchez said about, you know, when he was referring to Commissioner Chaparro, that you listen to us. We work with you. And I really have to give it up to you, Commissioner Salzo. You've been doing a good job. I appreciate that. But we hire and fire you, just like you hire and fire the county manager. Our votes is our only currency, and you need our votes for this GO bond. And when we can see that we don't have the adequate infrastructure to attract economic business and to see our communities thrive when we can't even get sewer, it's kind of frustrating. It's really frustrating. So this decision, I just want you guys to know I'm here to support in getting information out to our communities. Mr. Andrew, I would really like to have a conversation so we can be successful and bring out maybe the treasurer, county assessor, so that our community members and the voters, taxpayers understand what this is going to mean to them. And I look forward to having that conversation with you. To the rest of you, don't forget, it's us that hire and fire you with our votes. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Go on up.
Good afternoon. My name is Linda St. Clair, and I am the president of the Friends of Thomas Branding Memorial Library. And I'm here because I think that it would be great if as a piece of the Go Bond and thinking through what you're doing with these funds, you could take advantage of leveraging opportunities of working. I know that you do some things with Las Cruces Public Libraries, but when I think about, the opportunities, if you're going to be expanding community centers, could that be someplace where you could use some additional collaboration with the library system? I think that one of the big problems that we see is in the conversation and everything. I actually think that it's a little bit backwards to say, oh, let's approve these particular, this language for these Go bonds before we know what it is that the community is interested in doing. So in that sense, I would agree with the previous speaker that, it seems like this is a little bit rushed. It's a little backwards to me to say, well, how do we decide how we're going to spend that money? If you've got $105 million, how are we going to allocate that? You should know that before you put it in the bond question, in my opinion. You should say to yourself, okay, what is it that people really want? If water is really where $105 million should go, then that should be the bond question. If it needs to be divvied up, I don't even know, is $35 million going to be enough for your the renovation for the Speedway and the amphitheater and everything, which is actually not why I came here to talk. I came here to talk about the library and the connections that we could be making with the community center. But I do think that as somebody who is a resident of Donna Ana County, I'm in Commissioner Reynolds' district, and I've lived here for 14 years, and I've never heard anything about things happening at the community centers or anything. You might want to consider using a little operating fund to get a little bit more marketing out for what it is that's available through the community, as opposed to what we can do in the city of Las Cruces itself. So I've wandered off track, but it's important to think about leveraging any funds that you do with the Go Bonds and trying to increase access to library-type services, technology, those kinds of things, I think is really, really important. And I'm happy to talk with any of you about that. In addition, not as a representative of the library itself, but as a representative of the Friends who do a lot to raise money to support the library. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, please do. Any other public comment today?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Since there are no more public comments, I'd like to make a quick statement about somewhat of what she just said. And that is that, this Go Bond, if you look at the main item, and the first item, it actually says we're going to be working on all the community centers and bringing them up to provide more services. And something we've been requested about is actually giving them computer access, internet access, which is kind of like what you're asking. And I would say to the public that I have been trying to get us more access and more availability and more services to the community centers for years. And we recognize that that's a huge lift. And having this Go Bond allows us to go back and reimagine what those community centers are supposed to be for. Without this, we're stuck with a budget every year trying to plan. But by having a chance to look at these Go Bonds, we can improve the restroom services outside, the outside facilities, the inside facilities, provide services we haven't had before. We can expand the buildings. There's just so many things we can imagine now by looking at this Go Bond, and we can't with normal funds. And I can tell you that we have imagined as a board having those services because all of our communities are asking for it. So in my opinion, I've actually lobbied for that to be the #1 item just because I know what the need is in the community as you do. And I hope that we can get the community behind this and give us a little flexibility to use this funds to create a better quality of life and a more fulfilled life for all of our constituents in the county. That's what I'm hoping for. But thank you for your input. I appreciate it.
Thank you. I did have a member of the public text me a comment. They had to leave to go teach a class. So I'll go ahead and read that into record really quick. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Cassandra Gondara, and I come to you today not only as a long-time advocate for families in Doña Ana County, but as someone who is deeply concerned that affordable housing is being left out of the upcoming general obligation bond. We've heard the public comment, we've supported listening sessions, we've urged community members to speak up, but what we haven't seen is a commitment from the commission to include housing, a foundational survival need, as a priority in this bond. Sorry, it's very small print, guys. Our county can't wait. Nowhere is that more evident than in Vado, where families are still reeling from recent devastation. Children and elders are living in unsafe, unstable housing because there are simply no alternatives. Entire communities are underserved or invisible in our current housing pipeline. I understand you will utilize federal and state dollars for this. Why not include the bond? A bond without housing sends a painful message that our most vulnerable neighborhoods are not a priority. We recognize that planning for the GO bond is a significant undertaking. If the county is not fully prepared to lead with clarity and alignment, we strongly urge you to wait until the 2026 election cycle, giving more time to build a robust and transparent plan rooted in data, equity, and common voice. Rushing now without clear strategic and vision could undermine the very outcomes we all want to achieve. We're not asking for miracles, we're asking for leadership. Housing is not just another line item. It is the base upon which every other form of resilience is built. Economic development, public safety, education, and health. Without housing, we can't move forward. I urge you to reconsider your position and ensure that housing is included in the GO bond, or at least, the very least, that it becomes the centerpiece of a thoughtful developed 2026 package. If we're truly listening to our community, especially voices from places like Vado, Chaparral, and Butterfield, and Hatch, then housing must be more than just a talking point. It must be a funded priority. Thank you for your time and your service. Okay. Any other public comment? Okay, this is the first vote, which Brandy, if you'll please do the first vote on the amended 2 questions.
Commissioner Gomedos?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez? Vice Chair Chaparro?
Yes.
Chair Shaldro Hernandez?
Yes. Motion carries. The 2 bond questions have been formed. Stephen, do you want to update it with your, just make it look pretty?
I actually have already sent it up to the printer, so I will be running down shortly.
Oh, well, we
Sign a
love
nice
that.
clean
That's expedient of you. Okay, now we do have the full resolution for the GO bond question to be placed on the November 2025 election ballot. That is the next one. We do have a motion and a second from that began the conversation. Commissioners, is there any other comments that you would like to make? Seeing none. No other comments? Any public comment on the overall resolution? Okay. Brandy?
Commissioner Gomedos?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaparro?
Yes.
Chair Shaldro Hernandez?
Yes. Motion carries, and our questions will be placed on the November 2025 bond, or ballot.
And that does have a resolution number? The number is 2025-97.
Okay. By the way, we need to get those to the clerk's office before 5.
Did you say 9-7 or 9-8?
9-7.
It was 9-7, I thought it was 18.
No,
Excuse me?
18 was just to authorize the publication. It wasn't a resolution.
Okay.
Thanks, Chris, for coming down and hanging out with us today. We always love seeing you. Whenever we see you, we know that money's coming. That's a good place to be in, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is item number 20, which is to award RFP number 260001 for rental, delivery, setup, training, day-to-day operations for portable outdoor ice rink to Ice Days LLC in the amount not to exceed $290,000, excluding applicable gross receipts tax. Commissioners, do we have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Okay, Gameros, and second?
I'll second.
Second by Commissioner Reynolds. Hello, Mr. Macias.
I believe Chair and Commissioners, County Manager Andrews wanted to start with a couple of words.
Sure, this is just kicking off the conversation we've had from day one and making quality of life and economic development priorities for our community. There aren't a lot of amenities and certainly not things to do around the holidays. This was something that came up very early on, and I hope you all still are supportive since we talked about it at the State of the County address. So without further ado, no pressure, Jonathan, but joking aside, we do have the potential partner online, if I believe, Jonathan, yep, he's still available. Yep, okay. So we have him there for specific and technical questions as well.
Thank you, County Manager Andrews. Chair and Commissioners, this item was requested to be pulled for detail by Vice Chair Chaparro and was approved for the set mechanism. What I wanted to do is kind of shed some light on the level of strenuous review that these kinds of projects come forward. So in working in conjunction with our purchasing department, none other than, of course, Michael Perez, Hilda, and now Don, this actually went through a process of 3 revisions for requests for proposals. The first was posted back in May, shortly after the commission met and had their retreat planning in late April. It was posted for almost a period of 30 days, and there were no competitive responses received. Some of the feedback that we obtained was that it was asking for too much, and so at that point, Michael Perez made the recommendation that we consider to break them off into 2 opportunities in terms of setup as well as management. As a result, when it posted from June 20th, 2025 through July 1st of 2025, we obtained 2 submissions. Of those submissions, we did receive 2, if I'm not mistaken, and one of them represented that they would be able to do the setup and the management. Upon a invited presentation to go through details, it was discovered that they had submitted the management portion without a budget, and so we thought it best to just go ahead and start over again. And of course, throughout this process, it is standard practice for the purchasing office to go and alert all of the previous applicants that the opportunity is going to be out there yet again. Given that, it posted for one last time from July 23rd through August 11th of just this month, and we received 1 submission that was deemed competitive and ranked and proposed setup and management. Let's talk a little bit more about how we got here. The original timeline and the people that served on the panel, this was a result of the good work that we all did back at the end of April. It's also been the underpinning for what we've been talking about in terms of how we've been focusing on some of the projects for the bonding elements, as well as how we're reinforcing our vital conditions. Because we knew that this was going to be completely new to us, and Vice Chair Chaparro, to your point in terms of how does this work, I think one of the things is that we knew that this was going to be something that typically was set up already by January of each year. So in that spirit, we reached out to our nearby friends in El Paso who have been running an ice rink for the last 10 years. They do it as part of what they call as Winter Fest. And so we had a very candid discussion with them in terms of what does it take to do this. They've gone through a couple of iterations. If any of you have ever gone over to the neighboring city, they have it in their downtown arts plaza, but now they shifted it over to in front of their convention center because they had issues related to overcrowding. Because we knew that this was new to us, we invited our facility services department, we invited our communications department so that they understood what some of the outreach would have to entail. We invited our economic development people because we know that this might be able to be something that we can use as a mechanism for quality of life. And we also invited any and anybody that would join in terms of the community or county staff, I should say, not community, county staff. When the panel first convened back in July, it was also followed with that presentation that was done in July 16th. And then when we talk about the panels, I wanted to make it clear that because one of the largest users of the fairgrounds is Mr. Travis Brown and his people, we wanted to make sure that we had their buy-in for what it would be in terms of adding complementary programming. So he was one of the consistent panelists. We also had representation from the county manager's office, given that this was considered a special project. So either myself or ACM Weir served on it. And I wanted to make sure that facilities did not feel left behind in terms of the power requirements for an amenity of this type, and also because they are the ones that currently operate and oversee the fairgrounds. So we have Mr. Weaver in the various panels that were convened. I wanted to get a little bit more into the proposed site. For those of you that are familiar, I know Vice Chair Chaparro, you actually opened up the fairgrounds and rodeo last year. I remember because you mentioned you were driving out with a client at that point, and you had an opportunity to get out there and hopefully move around in some nice boots, but also to welcome the people in our community to the fairgrounds. This would seek to build upon that. What you see at the very top of this image in the star is the main entrance, and as we look to program, our goal would be to get the community to come in through our corridor here along labeled as Fair Road, and then ultimately get down to the very bottom portion, which is where the livestock barn is. One of the reasons that we consider the livestock barn as we had this conversation together with facilities and any interested entities is that it was newly and freshly insulated, which would allow for the specialized needs of creating ice to be able to be maintained over a longer period. We anticipate that this would also mean that it would be less strain on some of those chillers that are going to be connected out there. And then ultimately, it would allow us to have something that we could convene around in terms of continuing to capitalize upon the Southern New Mexico Fairground theme. I'm not saying exactly what kind of thing we're going to get with, but we'll talk a little bit more about what our vision is for the future. Here's a little bit more detail on what the proposed site looks like. So this picture off to your left is what the image would look like as you're approaching from the gate. You would go all the way at the end of this area or corridor and then make a left at the very end. And once you do that, you would arrive at the current livestock barn, which as we looked at has a very plain or a very level concrete surface that would allow us to convert it into the proposed ice rink. From the outside on the bottom right-hand corner is where you can see what it looks like. And one thing that I'd like to point out is, again, that high R value or insulation value along the perimeter of the livestock barn, which would allow us to be able to maintain some of the cooler temperatures that we need. Wanted to point out a little bit more about, in addition to your community and constituent feedback and what we talked about, this project was actually ranked as one of the number 3 ones that came out of our retreat back in April. But then we've also been getting some input directly from community. So on our Facebook pages, Ms. Yvonne Rodriguez has been saying, we need a bowling alley. Maybe we'll leave that heavy lift over to the city because I know they've been working on some things. We also need a roller rink and we need an ice skating rink. We've been trying to be adaptive and responsive to what the community is asking. And even though as we look at the cost breakdown, it might be a high cost, it was not something that we did not anticipate, especially as you looked at the budget that you approved mid-year and then fully approved and submitted to the state in July. One other thing that I'd like to point out when we're talking about our partners at the city is that along this timeline, we also had some feedback in terms of, oh, the city of Las Cruces was actually planning something similar for Las Cruces Plaza. We verified with the city manager at the time as well as Mayor Enriquez, and we did not find that they had actually posted anything. And so at this point, we do have a gentleman's agreement that we are going to be the only one in the region that will be operating. As we learn from this project, we're happy to share with our community for what works, and perhaps in the future be able to partner with them as well. One other thing that I wanted to share from today's presentation is that, again, a community member came forward and said they wanted a skating rink. I don't know if that was the same person that posted it on our Facebook page, but it just gives you an idea for things that we can do. While this would not be a traditional skating rink, we could emulate that. We could have neon nights, we could have decade nights. So it's something we're also trying to be responsive to, even up to the latest minute of what was presented this morning. So how does this work? The proposal would be that we would set up towards the last week of November, which would be a typical setup date for Thanksgiving, on or around, and then it would go all the way through for a couple of months and get us through to all the lovebirds to get them out on the ice. Then we would actually break down after Valentine's Day. There's a potential for community sponsorship to offset some of our operational costs. We have our general operation, we have the ability to maybe see who would like to sponsor, the ability for those that cannot afford the ticketed prices, which, by the way, we work in conjunction with any vendors to set the prices. And then there'd be an opportunity to also program in and with community. So perhaps the city would be interested in having a City on Ice Day, or they would like to be able to do anything else that would be able to be a collaborative effort. When it comes to sponsorships, that's what it would look like. They could put their naming rights on the Zamboni, which as a desert rat, I'm not quite sure what a Zamboni does, but I will learn when it comes to this project. They will also go ahead and make sure that there's an opportunity to have at various level and pricing. If these don't make sense for our community, we can always adapt them so that the likes of anybody that is a community business member can be part of the ability to offset some of these costs as well. We've never done this at the county. I realize that it's going to be new, but these are the kinds of things that we're trying to do to open up to be able to be more in community. Sometimes people can't give their time, but they can give their money, and we're open to that as well. The cost breakdown, as Mr. Lucio Luttrell reminded me, we actually allocated $225,000 for, of which the commission voted on in the final budget that was presented in July. The final RFP that was responsive ended up providing a breakdown of $210,000 for the equipment rental, installation, maintenance, and removal, holiday decorations to make this work because we are not specialists in this, and some of these might have a long lead time as we approach the holidays here in the next few months. And then, of course, estimated staffing and day operation with a commitment to hire some of the local labor. That is on the high end of $65,000. But Mr. Gomez, who's on the line, has reminded me that it's between $30,000 and $40,000 where he typically sees this being in terms of operational. So that gives us a total proposed amount for this amenity of $290,000, of which, again, $225,000 were previously allocated for the budget. This is the vision. I think if you go back and you look, you'll see that this is the same photo in terms of the sight line from within the barn. And this is what the livestock barn, I should say, and this is what it could look like. We also have had discussions, as we heard from our community members and our youngest community members. So shout out to Miss Stella, who was asking about ADA compliance and also adaptability equipment. You heard that at the Butterfield conversation as well as at the La Mesa. So we've taken that into account. And we're also going to make sure that we are clear on what we're able to learn from this process. It might be a loss leader in the first couple of years. In fact, El Paso is very clear about that. And a lot like the actions that you take to support and fund utilities or public transportation, sometimes it takes a couple of years to refine and perfect it, but we want to make sure that we're offering these amenities in community. In the future, maybe as part of said bond, we might be able to take the possibility for us to buy our own equipment and to be able to amortize that over a multi-year use so that maybe we start training our own people in community or we capture some of those temporary workers. And with that, I'll pause and see if Jim would like to talk to anything that I may have left out. Jim, you'll have to unmute if you're speaking.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Well, first, thank you for having me come on and listen to what you've got and what you've said, and the opportunity to hopefully provide this for you guys. I think, I mean, you hit all the points really well. This is definitely a community project that a lot of people like to take advantage of. I mean, our rink in Conyers had run for 25 years and has been a multi-generational event. And it's something that, just like anything else, I mean, kind of treat it like a business because it is what it is. It takes time for them to build, and being a seasonal, only running from November through mid-February, it just takes time to build that, skater following. And, a lot of it'll be on how much we can advertise and get the information out to the community and make them aware of it being there more than anything is really the key, is the awareness of it being there. And you don't have anything like this in the area, immediate areas, so there's no competition of other rinks within a close proximity. So you kind of have an open market with it, which is good.
And Chair and Commissioners, with that, I'll stand for any questions as well as invite Mr. Gomez to answer them as well.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. Thank you. Commissioners, any comments or questions on this?
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Thank you.
Vice Chair.
So I'm interested in how the county will be allowing bus routes out there. Have we planned for that?
Chair and Vice Chair Chaparro, I think transportation is something that's critical within our community. I think that's something that we can definitely work on in partnering and have a substantive discussion with you and your constituents for anything that we'd like to be able to see in terms of overall operation. Currently, I know that Mr. Artemijo from the South Central Regional Transit District is always willing to lend a hand, as well as maybe taking into consideration any kind of fuel or transportation needs that he might need to offset. But I think this is also a call to action for our community to see what are they willing to reroute in terms for us to make this successful. There are times, like with the upcoming Air Show Expo that happened at the Las Cruces LRU, or the Las Cruces Airport, where we go into intergovernmental agreements to be able to lend our parking area as overflow and to be able to allow them to have the utilization of that and their shuttles run through. If we're already working on shuttles that are like that, maybe we can see how we can expand that service to be able to make sure that we create centralized hubs that bring people in from across the district, because we know that fuel and even just the basic cost of ticketing might be a pain point. But our goal is to be able to address and alleviate that based on the pricing schema that we come up with.
That was quick thinking, Jonathan. I knew that I hadn't asked that, but I would have eventually gotten there. So regarding the seasonal employment, how many jobs are we looking at, and what are the wages? Are we doing minimum wage, or are we doing a little bit more?
Jim, would you like to take that one and speak to the staffing structure and how you approach when you come into community?
Sure. Yeah. So staffing, you have a minimum of 2 people there all the time, manager and regular staff, and that's bare minimum just to operate and for safety. And it's hard to gauge on a new location like this. I can pull from all the data from years of doing others of, obviously the holidays are the busiest times, and we try to gear up when we know we have a lot of birthday parties booked, let's say, or we know it's typically a bigger Saturday, like the Saturday between Christmas and New Year's is always the busiest of the season. So we staff up really heavy on those days. But typically, the weekdays you can do 2-3 staff members most. Friday nights tend to be busier. We'd bring in, the 3, potentially a 4th. Saturday being open longer than an 8 hours, we have to rotate people through. So, you got 2 to 3 people on staff at any given time, sometimes as many as 5 on Saturdays with parties and other things. Again, it all depends on what our pre-booked load is. So it's all geared around safety and making sure that somebody or multiple people are always looking on the ice. Try to have a skate guard out there helping when it's the busiest to get to people that fall down or just need help. But that's the staffing is just based off of, history and when the busiest times are. And then if it ends up not being as busy, obviously we can send people home. But and then I think, like Jonathan had mentioned, we have staff that we send out that would be an overall manager that knows how the rink functions, knows all the ins and outs of stuff there. That way we have somebody on hand all the time since we're staffing it. Everybody else that's staffed could honestly be pulled from people that live locally. Would actually like to do that. That would be the preference. Gets more money back into the community and familiar faces for people to come and see their friends skating or whatever.
Thank you, Jim. Please don't oversell my ability to skate. I don't even know how to do anything more than skate on traditional snows, I should say. One thing I would also say. We can fix that. Thank you. One thing I would also say, Chair and Vice Chair Chaparro, is that in having conversations with Travis Brown, we've learned that a lot of the people that are actually working at the fairgrounds do it out of love. They do it and they're volunteers. Now, we don't know exactly what the numbers would look like to be able to convert them from volunteers from that event to a potential paid opportunity, but that is always my preference. I think we've moved beyond the mindset that we have to bootstrap and bubblegum everything. So we want to try to make sure that we compensate some of the people that have already been working out there in these kinds of facilities. And then we try to put that front and center too, because I don't want to be necessarily asking somebody to volunteer when we can get them a paid wage. Maybe we could work together with our HR department to start pre-vetting and looking for future interns, and also helping them with some of those soft skills that they're going to learn as they're transacting and working with hundreds of people that would potentially come out to this event. The other important thing to mention that I think Jim was going to get to is that there would be an online mechanism to be able to reserve and to be able to queue, and that would allow Jim and his team, and our team, quite frankly, by proxy, to make sure that we properly staff for anticipated highs and lows. And whenever we're approaching some of those lows or we're seeing them long-term, that would also give us the opportunity to try to think about some creative ways that we want to do, maybe like a 80s night or a 70s night or those kinds of things to be able to bring people out and fill some of those lulls.
I can say too, sorry to step in. Those can be pre-booked online. We have an online party booking system, an event booking system, so we would definitely know those ahead of time. And the theme nights that he's mentioned definitely go over very well. Frozen, like an Elsa night, lots of different options, and all those can be pre-sold ahead of time. And it just definitely makes it easier for staffing when you know approximately how many people are going to show up.
Thank you. I have another question. So the questions I was receiving from my community, this is just a 1-year RFP, and if it's successful, then the board can move on to supply this kind of entertainment for following years. Is that correct?
Chair and Vice Chair Chaparro, that's true. Jim Gomez and I are now work dating. We hope to get married in the future and try to replicate this. Or we can go out and go ahead and post again as needed to make this a long-term amenity for our community. Or maybe look at a hybrid model to where it makes more sense for us to purchase those items ourselves.
A Zamboni?
The Zamboni too?
I'll drive.
Get in line. First dibs.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
So I was thinking about reaching out to the school districts and letting them know, maybe working with them and offering them some kind of incentives on the ticket prices, you know, maybe having the school day parties, because that's how they're going to know, right? Because that's how the pumpkin patches got started. You know, the schools were driving out there with bus loads of kids, and of course the kids talk to the parents and they get these flyers. And I think that's a great way to get the community involved, because, you know, your school districts, that's all the school districts, you know, here in Las Cruces, Gadsden. That's my recommendation.
Chair and Commissioner Gomeros, we will take that recommendation and run with it. I think the initial response that was actually included in part of the stakeholder outreach. So yes, we are going to be reaching out to all intergovernmental entities and quasi-governmental. So we'll make sure we reach out to Superintendent Dempsey, Superintendent Chavez up in the north, as well as Superintendent Reese that's over here within the city of Las Cruces.
Chair, may I jump in, sir?
Sure.
I've been reluctant to jump in on some of this. And so we ran this RFP multiple times. And in this time period, I've known Jim for multiple years. So when I was Economic Development Director, 2014, 2015, whenever it was, years ago, he and others helped to manage a rink there. And in fact, when I got promoted 2 times later to my first city manager opportunity in Covington, Georgia, I brought Jim on. That rink is still crushing it, still doing great, still getting renewed year after year. Jim has managed multiple rinks in the area. In fact, I just wanted to be very clear that when our RFP ultimately failed because they didn't include operations and all the things that we promised you they would, we reached out. Jim's arrangement, as he indicated, in the city of Conyers, which is in Metro Atlanta, fell through. He got very little notice, and this kind of fell in our lap, or else he wouldn't have been able to even put in for this, as he didn't put in the first 2 times. So I don't like to put my name out there too often, but I've worked with Jim. Jim's fantastic to work with, and he cares. That's the biggest thing that you can't really get from a lot of other people. They come, plop down a rink, and take off. Jim flew out here from Atlanta a couple weeks ago to scout it out, to measure things, to look at things with Jonathan, to work on renderings so you could even see today. So that's the type of commitment from him. So don't make me look bad, Jim.
I'll do my best, sir. And thank you. I appreciate it.
Mr. Macias, just some ideas, and I know that there was a couple questions around this project after our State of the County address. I think a lot of people had some eyes on this, and I see that in the executive summary, we have a couple different things, and this is building off of Commissioner Gomeros' idea about involving school districts at reduced rates. November, a charity toy drive. I think that's a great idea. December, skate with Santa and holiday photos. I know Santa. Santa, do you know how to skate? Santa, hello. Do you know how to skate? You have? Okay. I found the Santa for the skating event in the pictures. Well,
I ice skate in college in Illinois.
Well, there we go.
Okay.
So I have a Santa for that event. And then
That was years ago.
January and February, Friday food truck nights with a live DJ. I think that's awesome. Some things that we kind of heard from community and what Tanika, I'm looking at you, is maybe looking at reduced rates for individuals that can provide an EBT card or something like that. If we can help make this even more accessible. I mean, I don't know what the rates are going to be yet. I've not seen that number, but making this more accessible to people that are outside of means, I think would be a really great option, presenting that EBT card or something. So if we can work on those mechanics at a county level to make sure that there's funding available for that to offset anything, I mean, it should be doable. And to work with the school districts to see if there's a mechanism there, I think that's even a way to make it more broad, and it will get people more interested in joining us there. And I think it's right. Like, as a small business owner, bringing people into the communities is just, it's an economic driver no matter how you look at it, because people are going to be exploring outside of their kind of normal radius. So if we can please look at that, I'd be really excited to support something like that, whatever that means on the commission side. I would definitely appreciate that.
Chair and Commission, we will definitely take that in to consideration. If you vote yes on this, then we'll make that part of the planning. We'll also make sure that we come back with incremental updates, and we also use our staff input time to share about the key dates that we have coming up. I do want to share one thing just as we talk about the EBTs, and I think our folks here from the mental health arena would agree. We want to be careful about the language that we use or asking anybody to show that they might have any kind of socioeconomic status on the lower end of that. So maybe we don't want to stigmatize them by having them show that at the gate, but we'll find a way to be able to create reduced fares or no fares when it comes out to getting on the rink, because we don't want to be telling people that they have to show a demonstrated need instead of being able to say, this is for everybody in our community, regardless.
By the way, Chair, I don't usually respond to that name because I don't want the kids to get the wrong idea, you know?
Oh, sorry.
I'm trying to protect their sanity here.
Please act like it's a surprise, everyone out here. I apologize. Santa, you're safe with us.
It's okay.
Anything else, commissioners?
Mr.
Yes,
Chair,
Vice Chair.
I just wanted to share that the person that was most vehemently opposed to this, I just received a text saying, I'm all in, so I'm all in as well.
Thank you, Vice Chair and Chair. My work here is done, hopefully.
Okay. Any public comment? Come on up. Hello, hello.
Bill Province. I grew up in northern Minnesota, and I got my first pair of skates late in life. I didn't start until I was 4 years old. I do have a couple pairs of skates at home and a full set of hockey equipment. I coached and skated and played hockey till I was 65. And I'm, for one, am all in, and I will use that rink.
There you go.
Maybe you can give lessons as well.
Coaching, I taught a lot of kids how to skate.
How about commissioners?
I didn't have any of them volunteer to play hockey, but I will definitely do that.
Thank you.
Hello, hello.
Yes, good afternoon, I think, right?
Yeah.
My name is Annette Morales, and I am a pretty much lifelong resident of Doña County in Las Cruces, New Mexico. I think a skate rink would be great. When I was a kid, we didn't have ice skate rinks here in Las Cruces, New Mexico, because it's so friggin' hot that it's hard to keep it up. But I did roller skate. My concerns are that this rink is located outside of the city, and then to have to bus students out there on using public funds, LCPS, Gadsden, already somewhat deprived budgetary-wise or fiscally, it's going to be hard to get them out there. I think a better idea would be doing it by the corn mazes, the grapevine, where people are located, that they could go from one venue doing the corn maze across the street to the grapevine, do something. But the fairgrounds, I get it. 3 months, November, December, January. But if you look at the costs, who's going to incur the utility costs? Who's going to incur the transportation costs to get people to go out there? The only time that the fairgrounds are being used are for rodeos, for the wine fest, and for the fair. And so I'm thinking a better use of that money that the county would be investing would be to bring it in closer to the city of Las Cruces, where their population is. The fairgrounds, maybe you might get a couple people from Luna County to come down, but to ask the schools to bus kids out there and maybe have a health fair or whatever, I get it. But generating the revenue, and I take that the contractor is going to be running the facility and incurring the expenses for the skates, the rink, the Zamboni costs. It's pretty expensive. I know because I have a friend that ran the name of the ice hockey team in El Paso that went defunct. So there you go, at the El Paso County building or the rink there. So just be cautious, please, commissioners. You're using tax dollars in a very poor county that can use it for a splash park and or education. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Okay.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. And I think with that in mind, one of the things that we are aware of is that there are several school districts that have made investments in fully electric buses, as well as the South Central Regional Transit District. We understand that generally when it comes to operational costs, that is probably going to be one of the biggest ones. So we'll see how we can work in conjunction. The fairground site is actually one of the unique sites, thanks to the good work of former OEM manager, that is site and disaster ready, but it also has the necessary electrical requirements to be able to run the equipment that would need to be for the chillers, as well as to charge any kind of electric bus if we're going to be working in conjunction with those entities. So we'll definitely take that into consideration. We'll see how we can create zones and hubs for transportation and see what makes sense based on some of the initial outreach in the community.
Okay. Anything else? Seeing none. Brandy?
Commissioner Gameros?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez? Vice Chair Chaparro?
Yes.
Chair Shalja Hernandez?
Yes. Motion carries. We're getting an ice rink.
Let's skate.
Let's skate.
I already have an Ice Ice Baby remix ready for you, Chair. It's ready, Ariana? No, she's
That
ready to
almost
record it
sounded
right
like
now.
a threat too at the same time. But I'm down. Okay. So
observation.
quorum.
If you can inline skate, you can ice skate.
Oh yeah. From St. You know what? Fun fact: I used to be on a hockey team. How about that?
What?
Yeah, I played hockey for years.
Fun fact, I didn't.
Dude, yeah.
Well,
I still have my uniform. I'm gonna wear it tonight.
Before Jamie comes up, one fun thing we did in my previous communities is we would challenge the other municipalities to broom ball. So a little less impact. You do it without the skates. I'd love to see Akani or Mario, one of you guys here. I'll get you on ice.
Am I still on this? Can you
Yes.
still hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, the broom ball is a blast. We'll definitely have that out there. That's something that's beyond skating in New Mexico. Broom ball is going to be some of the corner. Nobody else offers that, and it's a very, very fun activity for all ages. And you don't have to know how to skate; it's done in your shoes. So, and if anything, that could get somebody on the ice just to feel more comfortable with it. But I've skated my whole life too. I'm down to help people learn how to skate. I've skated. I can tell you how many people. So sounds like we had a few others in the room as well. So I think this is going to go over really well. I'm very excited about this. This is going to be a fun project.
Thank you so much. No, I agree.
And I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Broom ball is a thing. Dude, I needed a rabbit hole to go down to tonight, and this is going to be it. There's millions of YouTube videos.
That they get really intense on broom ball. It's almost like what is it? Like football. I mean, they get it's almost geared out more than hockey. They get spiky shoes. Like the professional level is very crazy. Yeah.
This is awesome. Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Chabata's back. So we're going to move on to item number 21, which is to approve a resolution with recommendations for initial investment of opioid settlement funds. Do we have a motion, commissioners? Okay, I'll move. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Welcome, Ms. Michael.
Good afternoon, thank you. I do have a presentation, hoping there's someone still left in the booth to operate that for us. Thank you. Jamie Michael, County's Health and Human Services Department. I'm here on behalf of the city. Barbara Bencomo has worked with us on this, and the advisory council, the community advisory council that has been working on this for just over a year. Obviously, many members from the city and the advisory council were here this morning, but they weren't able to stay the full day. I do have a couple who stuck it out with me and are here today. But what we have in front of you is a resolution that outlines the goals, the setting, and the population. So where we want to provide services and the intended audience for the services. And this is for the initial recommendations for investing the opioid funds. We are proposing the initial time period be 2 years. And is that my presentation up there? I'm not sure. Oh, okay. It was part of the agenda item.
It's in the packet.
Do you want me to get someone to send it over from my department? Do you want them to email it or put it somewhere?
Thank you for standing by with our technical difficulties. Control room, I'll go ahead and take it from the package on Civic Clerk, and then I'll upload it to this location. So if you want to continue, Ms. Michael, and then we'll jump in here at the presentation.
All right, thank you. I'm going to start off then by looking at the resolution. So the resolution, the Exhibit A that's attached to the resolution is really the meat of it. The first section on the Exhibit A outlines the 4 strategies, and these are 4 of the 9 allowable strategies in the settlement agreements. And these were the ones that were selected and recommended during a joint city-county work session. So from there, we cascaded down and created some associated goals. Again, these goals are broad, overarching, but they set direction. So when we invest the funds, we want to look at access to medication for opioid use disorders. We want to have a very focused effort for people in rural communities and people who are Spanish-speaking. We also want to look at early identification, so there is a lot of emphasis on universal screening and screening in a variety of settings. We also, obviously, naloxone is one of the most effective ways to save lives, so we want to make sure we are getting naloxone out to the most vulnerable populations. Harm reduction, again, evidence-based intervention for saving lives and preventing people from overdosing. So we want to incorporate that into a variety of settings, looking at the capacity in the healthcare system to identify and treat opioid use disorders, and then a lot of focus on children and preventing children from developing opioid use disorders. Again, number 8 is creating a comprehensive continuum of care. So we're looking broadly at root causes of opioid, and many people use more than one substance, so opioid and alcohol or other substances. And then the last one is making sure that we are transparent, that we collect data, that we analyze to prove that the interventions are effective. So that's more of an administrative versus a service delivery. The presentation today, we will just remind everyone of the guiding principles that got us to this place and the decision-making process. Again, the core of the presentation is to approve the resolution that has the core strategies, goals, settings, and populations that we just reviewed. And the resolution also includes the recommended expenditures, again, for the initial 2 years. So as a reminder, the county is estimated to receive close to $15 million through 2038. There are still some additional settlements that have not been finalized, so that number is likely to increase over the next few years. And as of May of this year, we've received just over $5.6 million. So that is sitting kind of in our bank right now. And these, again, are the settlements with the distributors, manufacturers, and retailers. And the use, as stated in those settlement agreements, is to address the harms of the opioid epidemic and opioid use. These funds are held separately, so we manage them kind of like a grant fund in our department. So they are separate and segregated from other county funds. The guiding principles, this was guiding principles that were brought to us by Johns Hopkins and Vital Strategies under NACO, the National Association of Counties. So just reminding us that we want to spend money to save lives. And this becomes really, really urgent. We just received an email last week. There were 2 fatal overdoses in 24 hours last week in Doña County, which is not common. So we know that this substance is still leading to many deaths in our community. So we definitely want to focus on number 1 there, spending money to save lives. We want to use evidence to guide our spending. So a lot of the work that the council members did was researching, again, looking at ways of investing money that have evidence behind them. We want to invest in youth. We know that spending money to save lives today is important, but really looking upstream and how do we prevent people from developing substance use disorders as adults is also one of the guiding principles. Focusing on equity across the board. Racial equity, we looked at geography, we looked at a variety of things, especially in our community where economic equity is something that we need to focus on. And then developing a fair and transparent process. And hopefully today we'll kick off that fair and transparent process because now we can start pushing information out into the public, and organizations that may receive money will have some direction, and we will set some expectations for that process. The decision-making process did include a needs assessment that was done in partnership with Vital Strategies, and they contracted with NMSU to conduct the needs assessment, which included gathering both qualitative and quantitative data. We had people, including Athena here, out doing street outreach and gathering surveys from people who currently use opioids and talking to us about their needs and giving us their suggestions. Again, looking at evidence-based practices and following the settlement agreements. So we do have some parameters that we have to follow. This was the planning process. Again, we started with that needs assessment. It moved into the core abatement strategies, which were presented at the work session with the city and the county. So we took those and moved into identifying activities that are associated with those, including goals and objectives. The next step will be to develop logic models so we know what we're going to measure, what type of outputs and outcomes, and we will do that as part of either program planning and or an RFP process. And then as the money is spent and programs are implemented, we will continue to monitor and evaluate, and that is a cyclical process to come back and see if what we're doing is working, and if not, do another needs assessment and go through the process again. These were the 4 selected strategies. So again, the medication-assisted treatment, warm handoffs, and recovery services, prevention programs, and then the more administrative strategy for data collection and reporting. These are the list of goals that I read off at the beginning. So just again, going to move through those quickly. Here's the other part of the Exhibit A in the resolution. We really wanted to begin focusing and narrowing. Seems like a lot of money. It's not a lot of money when you look at the needs. So we really had to narrow where we were going to provide the services and who would receive the services. So again, through NACO and Vital Strategies, they have a tool that helps us look at the settings and the population and then the associated programs and evaluation measures for each. So here's where we're recommending the services be delivered and the key populations in each of those settings. So emergency departments, and we want to focus on people who overdose or who are experiencing withdrawal symptoms. In the community, we want to look at people who are justice involved or people who are likely to have or to develop an opioid use disorder. Older adults who are at risk of overdose, and people who are at risk of developing opioid use disorders, especially children and young people. We also want to look at the setting of residential treatment facilities, primary care clinics, and other intensive outpatient programs, which seems odd, but in a lot of those facilities, people are not offered medication for opioid use disorders. So we want to make sure that if they are seeking treatment, that it is the gold standard of treatment, and we help providers expand their capacity to serve the full spectrum of substance use disorders. So that is for people who are currently receiving services or any new patients that come in. Again, the setting here is first responder setting, and this is for people who have a near overdose but may choose not to go to an emergency department. And again, the focus here is people in rural communities or people who speak Spanish. It may take a little more time and a little more education to engage someone in a rural community and help them connect to services. And we want to have some specific services for people who are monolingual Spanish or more comfortable communicating in Spanish. The next setting is OB, pediatric, and labor and delivery departments. Again, really upstream is working with pregnant women and moms and babies. This is a great time to do screenings and wrap the family and the baby in services. We know that one of the primary root causes of future opioid use disorders or other substance use disorders is childhood trauma. And if there is a substance use disorder in the family, it can lead to trauma. So if we can identify that early, wrap them in services, the intent is to avoid future opioid use disorders or other substance use disorders. And then lastly, the child welfare system. We want to look at children and young people who are already involved in the justice or care systems. Again, they are at high risk for future problems and future challenges that opioid use disorders can cause, like not being able to get a job, not being able to get a home. And then, again, the children who are at risk of developing those opioid use disorders. So that gives us a little more direction in developing a scope of work for programs and starting to allocate funds. But we also wanted to come to you all with, for the first 2 years, a not to exceed amount. And the proposal that you see here is to spend 30% of the total expected. So again, we're expecting to get about 14.5 million. So we're proposing spending 30% in the first 2 years, or not to exceed 30%. So that would be a maximum. A lot of this depends on the proposals that we get back from the community agencies. The target would be to spend about 60% on treatment and 40% on prevention. Again, some of the services are both treatment and prevention, or could be either or, but really showing that there's an emphasis in saving lives right now, but also looking at prevention. And this mirrors the investments that Bernalillo County, City of Albuquerque, and the state of New Mexico made. And that's was really the reason that we brought this to you as the proposal. Just it was mirroring what some of the other jurisdictions have done with their funding. We want to make sure that program administration and evaluation are part of this. So the city and the county would share these costs. And I think it's about 5% that we would dedicate to the evaluation, and then additional funds for staff and other program administrative costs. That 333 is 2 years worth of program administration and evaluation. And then in the future years, we would have the remaining 1.2 million plus the annual funds that we get and the additional settlements that haven't come to us yet. So it's The 1.2 is what would remain in our bank account, but each year we get distributions, and there are still more distributions to come. So back to the top, it's 30% of the 14.5, so it's the 4.3 is what we're looking at for the first year. I'm sorry, the first 2 years. The next couple slides just give some examples. I was asked, kind of get a little more detail about the types of activities. So looking at offering medication-assisted treatment in residential and outpatient programs, looking at utilizing peer support specialists to help people after a near overdose, really looking at warm handoffs and referrals and making those transitions easier. Purchasing and distributing naloxone to first responders for their use and to distribute to the community for bystander to use. Again, looking at people who are released from the detention center and need recovery support services, such as the Transitional Housing Project across the street. Comprehensive wraparound services for individuals and families. And then in prevention, we want to look at training, teaching more providers how to use screening tools, how to recognize an emerging opioid use disorder, and then do some quick interventions, making sure everything is trauma-based. Want to expand people's ability to understand trauma and treat people who have experienced trauma, again, knowing that that's a root cause for a lot of this. And again, back to the adverse childhood experiences. So these are types of prevention activities. And this last slide just summarizes the funding again. So you can see what we're asking for is for the first 2 years to dedicate $100,000 for us to purchase naloxone. We distribute it to communities, detention center will use it, fire department will use it. We can offer some to DASO if they would like some. We would like to hire a substance use coordinator. We currently have that position. It is funded by federal funds that come through the state. Those will end in September, so we need to continue funding that position if we want to continue providing the Narcan training and all of the other outreach and education related to overdose prevention. And then it would be almost $3.7 million that would go out to community contractors for services. The 116 would be for to support part of a special projects manager that would oversee all of this work, including monitoring the contracts, monitoring the evaluations, that transparency piece of making sure there's reporting back to you and to the community. And then the 217, it would be the contract with the evaluator to do that work. And that brings us to the just over 4.3 million over 2 years. And I believe, this gives you an idea of the city's investment. Theirs is also 30% of their total. Our total is bigger than their expected amount, so that's why 30%, it's 30% for both, but we're investing more. So it's 7.3 million that will be dedicated to this cause in our community. And here are our next steps. We're hoping to develop the RFPs over the next 2 months. I wanted to also let you know that the Legislative Health and Human Services Committee asked for a presentation because they were wondering what our local government was doing around their opioid settlement funds. So that is scheduled here in Las Cruces for September 8th. We are also hosting a pre-proposal community workshop. So if everything is approved today, on the 16th, we would invite community organizations who are interested in responding to a large open community meeting, explain the expectations, and provide some subject matter experts so they can have resources to prepare really effective and successful proposals. Some examples, there is an organization within the University of New Mexico School of Medicine that provides street outreach. We've asked them to come and just talk about how they do street outreach and offer their expertise to local organizations who may want to do similar things. So we've gone through and identified some subject matter experts on a variety of topics to help our local providers. We would release the RFP, give people plenty of time to develop their proposals. Ideally, we'd have some collaborative proposals. We're hoping not to just fund what's currently happening in our community. We want to fund expansion or new services in our community. And then we would come back to the commission in January for the final award process. We haven't worked out all the details, but the intent is to have RFPs released from the city and RFPs released from the county at the same time, and they would be coordinated. So they would support each other, but they would reference each other and not be a duplication of work, and that there would be one group that evaluates all of the proposals together and makes recommendations to the city and the county. So separate RFPs and contracts, but in coordination. So there's leveraging opportunities and definitely avoiding any duplication. And with that, I stand for questions.
Thank you, Jamie.
Thank you.
Okay. Commissioners, questions? Yes.
Thank you, Jamie. That was a nice presentation. So curious, does CYFD have a component with this? Because, you know, going to court, I'm seeing a lot of younger and younger children with substance abuse disorder, and we all know that is connected to childhood trauma, but what I'm seeing in the last few years is the trauma is really increasing in this community, and we're having more and more children with so many disorders, and they're starting the use of drugs at a much younger age. I mean, when I was growing up, we weren't exposed to as much of that, and so I'm very interested if CYFD is at least maybe even having conversations with you, or are we thinking of partnering with them in some way?
Mr. Chair and Vice Chair Chaparro, yes, one of the settings that was called out is the child welfare setting, both for the children that are justice involved or in the care system, the protective services. And I've met with one of the behavioral health folks at CYFD. They're looking at something called Child Safe Court. So we've been exploring Child Safe Court. Maybe we can be one of the first judicial districts to pilot that. We also have been trying to get some data and other information from CYFD that's been a little more challenging, but there we found out that a lot of the work that they were doing around screening new moms and babies is now shifting from CYFD to DOH to the Human Services or the Healthcare Authority. So we've also connected with the Healthcare Authority and the managed care organizations, because ideally, if a mom is screened either prior to delivery or at delivery, and there is a risk factor that's identified, then we would want to use these funds to have a contractor immediately connect with that family at that time. So some of it is in conjunction with CYFD, but the population that we want to focus on is definitely that population.
Well, and then you had jumped to my next question. I was about to mention treatment courts, but I'm glad to hear that you're thinking about those different components along with the money that will be invested. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners? Okay. I'm excited to see this. I know that there was a headline just the other day about 21 overdoses in 3 weeks. So I think this is very fitting that we're talking about this today. I see we have some hard workers on the opioid advisory committee here today. I don't know if any of you want to come up. Athena, I saw your wonderful video at the detention center about, I even shared it. I loved it. It was great. About the Narcan vending machine in the lobby there. I think that's a fantastic step in the right direction. The one thing that I do hope, and I would definitely be kicking myself later on if I didn't say it out loud. I think I'm glad that we're going side by side with the city of Las Cruces, as the city population of Las Cruces is very centralized, but we do have a very rural, sprawling community that equals that of the population of Las Cruces. I just want to make sure that when we're getting these RFPs and we're looking at programmatics out in the community, that we don't forget Chaparral, Anthony, down south in the valley, Mesquite, La Mesa, and then even going up north towards Hatch. I really want to make sure that we're making positive strides there as well. And I hope that when we see these RFPs come in, that there's a focus there. So I hope that we can definitely, when we're writing that RFP, to look at proposals and those requests that we definitely hit home on the fact that we are Doña County and we do represent the unrepresented. So, okay.
Absolutely, and that can be part of the specifications within the RFPs. Something as concrete as you must serve X percent of people that live in the county, or you must deliver X number of hours of service out in the county. And a lot of what the advisory group is doing and what I think our future efforts as a county, investing the money is only part of the picture because there are a lot of state investments as well. So for example, all of the Department of Health, public health offices throughout the county now offer telehealth and in-person MOUD treatment in Sunland and Anthony and Chaparral. But people don't know about it, or it's not an easy thing to go out and make an appointment or walk in. It's not like I have a toothache, I'm gonna go see a dentist, because that's really easy to do. So a lot of our work might be with promotoras and peer support workers to have conversations with people and let them know that that service exists. We may not need to pay for the service, but we need to pay for a bilingual promotora to physically walk with someone to the place to get the treatment. We also have Wes here. He is representing the city today, and I would like to give our advisory members and our partners at the city a chance to say a few words.
Of course, please.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody want to say a few words?
Mr. Chairman, I'm Vice Chair Wes Smith, Las Cruces Fire Department. I'm relatively new to the process. I started back in, I think, January. This is a really great opportunity to have this joint opportunity for Doña County and the City of Las Cruces to work jointly in this venture in the allocation of these funds. Like Ms. Michael said, very similar structure for funding. Where we do diverge is that our council was encouraged to increase settings to Las Cruces Public Schools. So we're assisting with social emotional learning programs through the City of Las Cruces. Funding for Las Cruces Police Department for the Keep It Real program has been set aside. And we're also, did I write that down? For social emotional learning, LCPD for Keep It Real. And then we're setting aside, I believe, $82,000 for Narcan to go towards Las Cruces LCPD and Fire Department for emergency responses over a 2-year program.
Awesome.
So yeah, so I'm just really glad to be here.
Thank you so much for joining us. Any questions? No?
I have a question for Jamie.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Just thought of it, Jamie. And out of curiosity, what's a hot spot right now for the most usage in the county? Because I'm getting a different temperature from just depending on the season, I guess, or when and I hate to put it this way, but when the drug dealers are moving around, they get arrested here. The distribution house moves to another part of the county. So what is the hot spot right now?
So I can share some maps. HIDA seems to have the most current data, and they have the resources to put it into maps for us. The last data that we saw from them, about 3/4 of the overdoses happen within the city, and then about 25% are in the county. And they divided up the city by city council districts, so you can look at where in the city are the hot spots. Outside of the city, obviously, probably driven a lot by population, Anthony and Chaparral are the two spots out in the county, which is why we asked the Healthcare Authority to put the other Narcan machine in Anthony, and they have offered us a couple others. We may be able to get one in Chaparral. Commissioner Reynolds, we might be able to get a vending machine down there.
Thank you.
That's great. Thank you.
Yeah. Here she comes. Welcome.
Hey.
Hello.
Hello, Chair, Madam Chair, councilors. I just wanted to echo what you had said regarding the county and their needs, and that we are, Doña County, we are providing, the bulk of the funding. I'm a resident of the county. I live in Commissioner Reynolds' district, and so I'm a very strong advocate. The thing that I have been really beating the drum about recently is, the transportation issues, that when people are seeking services, and sort of to echo what Jamie has said, people need that support of someone that will actually walk in to the clinic with them and help them navigate through their appointment. But not only that, people need to get to the pharmacy. People need to get to, there was a gentleman that I picked up from one of the mental health hospitals. I picked him up at the mental health hospital. I took him to his MOUD program. I took him from there to the pharmacy. There were problems at the pharmacy. It took almost 3 hours. This is not unusual, for people to even get a same-day prescription is very difficult. And when we're talking about medications for opioid use disorder, getting that prescription at that time is the difference between returning to fentanyl use that day or choosing recovery. So, people need advocates, people need transportation, people need water and snacks and, a helping hand. And I'm just hopeful that, in addition to expanding these services, expanding peer support services and transportation. And then I hear people say, well, there's a free bus and, well, yes, that's true. But if you need to get across town multiple times and it's 104 degrees and, your motivation for that is probably low.
Yeah. And with that as well, I know that the City Fire has a prescription program where they help deliver prescriptions. Is that right? No?
That apparently is not correct, no.
Oh, I don't know why I thought City Fire did that. Yeah, you may, please. If not, I have a great idea for you all.
It's like we need another service line. Mr. Chair, councilors, commissioners. So we do have a mobile integrated health program where we assist with folks connecting people with resources in the community, which include transportation, food insecurity, and prescriptions a lot of times. This is like an intensive case management system through the fire department.
Cool. Great idea. Let's expand. But that is an idea because I think transportation is a huge thing. And I know that this commission in the past, I don't think any of us, well, maybe Reynolds was on this commission back then, where the commission really had a hard time swallowing the pill of transportation. Public transportation, let alone free public transportation, is a huge driver for health and welfare of our residents. And when you offer transportation and free transportation, be it, communities thrive and communities grow and people can be healthy and safe. So maybe that's something we need to look at again. I'm down.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Thank you. You are correct. In some previous commissions, we did have trouble understanding how important transportation was. I think this commission has come to the realization that transportation is again, another one of the heartbeats of the community. And we're looking at other services as far as transportation goes, including a smaller bus, some on-call services to deliver things to people. So we are considering that. And with some of the decisions we've made today, between the bond, between the Project Jupiter, we may actually have the funds to do some really creative things in the county. And that's part of the reason we are looking at a bigger picture with some of these decisions, other than just what we're talking about today. So with community support on the bond issue, with the community support on Project Jupiter, we'll have some additional funds that we can probably use some really creative things to help to benefit the people that are having drug problems as well. So at least that's my hope anyway. Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, Commissioners, just some nuance in the terminology. Everywhere you see recovery support services, the definition of recovery support services are things like housing, transportation, food, social supports, peer supports.
Okay. Oh, there's a water right here, sir. Okay. Well, we gotta wait. Now I don't have quorum. Oh, Gloria, are you still with us? I mean, we can vote right now.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Can you hear me? Okay, all right, I'm with you guys.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Any other commission comment? Any public comment? Any more member? Tanika. I would like to point out that that's very factual.
It's factual. Same for you all, right? Good afternoon, Commissioners. Chair Shaldo Hernandez, Vice Chair Chaparro. My name is Tanika Sosa Gonzalez for the record, and I also serve as an alternate, amongst other things that I do, serve as an alternate for the LC3 on the Opiate Advisory Council. And I will just say that one of the most beautiful things that I saw in community when you were doing the listening sessions is that people still want to be in community. And we really did, we were very mindful about looking through this process as making sure that we're being trauma informed in what we're doing. And opiate use disorder, substance use disorder, and a lot of serious mental illnesses are diseases of disconnection. And I'll continue to say that until I can't say that anymore. They're diseases of disconnection. And so when Athena talks about having someone to drive you, it's not just having someone to drive you, it's about having someone that sees you and is not judging you, right? That unconditional positive regard. So I'm really excited and looking forward to how we're gonna collaborate with the city and how to work together just to make this community healthier. And I think it's gonna be possible when you add in those community centers and you add in things for younger kids to do. I think we're very well on our way with this strategic plan to do some really great things in community. So, thank you.
Aw, Tanika. I felt that. Okay, commissioners, anything else? Seeing none. I'm gonna go ahead and call for the vote. And the vote is we're not awarding a contract. We are approving a resolution with recommendations for initial investment of opioid settlement fund monies. Brandy, take it away.
Commissioner Gameros,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaparro,
Yes.
Chair Shaldo Hernandez.
Yes, motion passes.
That resolution number is 2025-98.
Perfect.
Thank you all for your
Thank you,
questions,
Jamie.
your support. Thanks to our community members who stuck it out with us today. Appreciate it and excited about our next steps.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for hanging out for 6 hours. Still not the longest meeting in history, though. We're not there yet, guys. Close, but not there. Okay, next up we have item number 22, which is notification of an executed agreement between Doña County and HROD Incorporated, DBA MMO Partners, related to RFP 25-0053, federal lobbyist services in the amount of $85,200 per year, excluding applicable gross receipts taxes. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve the contract as described.
All right, we have a motion to approve.
Second.
We have a second to approve. Mr. Andrews.
Thank you, everyone. I know it's been a long day, and on any other typical day, this would be a highlight of the show, but we've already had several highlights today. So you're reviewing a federal lobbyist services contract. We went to RFP and went through that process. As you know, we added a state lobbyist to the fold a few months ago, and Randy and Ricky Lee have done excellent work for us so far. One thing I noticed on the trip to DC recently was a lot of our local partners already have federal lobbyist. I know I've had that in my previous community as well. So we're just trying to have a larger voice on a larger platform, quite candidly. And so we went through the RFP process, and what you have before you here today is the recommendation to proceed with MMO Partners, who I actually, Las Cruces uses, and I got the opportunity to visit with them while Deb Weir and I were on that trip to DC a few months ago. And I'll pause there and see if you have any questions for now.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Reynolds.
Yeah, Manager, question, is the MMO, do they also represent someone else here in the city?
Yes, sir. They do actually represent the city of Cruces and Bernco as well, Bernalillo County.
So if we do settle with what the committee's recommendation is to go with them, we would be basically competing with two other organizations for representation in this county, wouldn't we?
That's true, sir. There's pros and cons to that, as you know. Yes, sir.
But, okay, now, the grading with, the overall score was really close. I mean, a matter of less than 100 points.
That's
and
correct.
3,000 points. I believe it might be more prudent for us to choose a representation that would be solely ours, so we wouldn't have to worry about local priorities in conflict with our representative. Is that possible? Could we do that?
We can do as the board sees fit, sir, but absolutely, I believe the number 2 candidate that was reviewed actually has some roots here in the community as well.
And which one is that?
What is
you're
Nick's
talking about
firm's name? Again,
Capital
Jonathan?
Government
It's
Solutions?
no, that's our local.
Yes, sir. So I'm looking at the scoring sheets right now, and the ones that you're referring to, Capital Government Solutions LLC would have been the second one.
I mean, I'm just thinking, I don't know that I want to have someone who's already got a conflict in working with other agencies here. I kind of think we should consider getting our own, because it's only going to be for a year anyway, isn't it?
Michael, I see you walking up there. You want to add something, sir?
Chair, Commission. So this agenda item came in, it was within the county manager's signature authority. So we had executed the agreement just to take advantage of the services as quickly as possible. Now, we do have the option that we can terminate the agreement, but that would require us to give 30 days notice for termination since this agreement has already been signed and executed.
Is that a problem?
It's the will of the board.
I mean, we haven't really done anything yet, have we?
As far as I know, I don't believe so.
Okay.
Chair and
Yes.
Chair and Commissioner Reynolds, no. As of now, we have not had any substantive discussions or billable hours with the selected lobbyist.
Well, I'd like to make a motion that we actually go with the second candidate as opposed to the first one, just in order to eliminate the possible conflict of interest in actions for our representative.
Okay. So we have a motion on the table to go with the second choice as Capital Government Solutions LLC. Do we have a second on
I
that?
second it.
The voice
I
from
second
above
it.
speaks.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we heard you. Okay. Commissioners,
Mr. Chair, I have a
Discussion.
question. When was the agreement signed and executed without board approval?
August 15th.
but it was under the signature authority, right?
That's correct.
So the board doesn't have to approve.
So then why are we hearing it today?
Because it's a big item, and I just want to be overly transparent on this. It's our first time with a federal lobbyist.
Okay. Any other discussion on going with Capital Government Solutions, the number 2 choice, as to steer clear of any conflict of interest with the city of Las Cruces? Is that correct? Yep. Okay.
That's correct.
Any public comment? Seeing none. Brandy, roll call, please.
Commissioner Gameros,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaparro,
Yes.
Chair Shaldro Hernandez.
Yes. Motion carries. We will now consider Capital Government Solutions as executing an agreement between Doña County and Capital Government Solutions LLC.
Thank you.
That is now the consideration on the table. Any further discussion? Michael, is this going to make your job absolute craziness for the next 30 days?
We will have to execute that termination clause.
Okay.
And I recommend that we would reconvene with the evaluation committee. So
Okay.
we could reevaluate those agreements, or excuse me, reevaluate those proposals.
Okay, perfect. Anything else, County Manager? No? Okay, Brandy?
Commissioner Gameros,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaparro, Chair Shaldro Hernandez.
Yes, motion carries. Sorry, Michael. Let us know how we can help. Okay, hearings and ordinances. We have a final plat approval for a type 2 subdivision to be known as Inspiration Heights subdivision, phase 3. Commissioners, do we have a motion? I had to think about that.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion for approval.
Second.
Second for approval. Welcome, Ms. Amesworth. Please raise your right hand. Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth?
I do.
There has to be a better way to say that than that. It's so weird. And corny, too. Take it away, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a request to approve a final plat for a type 2 subdivision known as Inspiration Heights Subdivision Phase 3. You can see there the location map. It's a subdivision approximately, or a little over 9 acres with 39 lots ranging in size from 0.16 acres to 0.26 acres. It is served by Moongate Water for water and wastewater, or wastewater is provided by City of Las Cruces, water by Moongate Water. Access to the subdivision is off of Holman Road. This is an aerial, you can see there, along with prior phases. This is the subdivision layout and photos of the completed infrastructure. The subdivision is complete with the exception of electrical, which is now being installed and should be completed within the next few weeks. We did send out notice as required, and the applicant is here if you should have any questions. The recommendation is for approval.
Recommendations for approval. Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for Ms. Amesworth before we bring in the developer? Developer, yeah? Come on up. No? Yes? No? Anyone? We don't have any questions. Okay. No questions? None? For anyone?
If you'd like to say something.
I mean, this is not the first
Yeah.
phase of this development. This is like
The third.
I don't know which phase it is, like 5 or
It's
6.
3.
I'm
It's
sorry.
phase 3.
Yeah, phase 3, so it's not like we're we're approving a whole new plan.
No.
No,
Just
so,
making sure no one has any questions. Cool. The easiest thing we've done all day. This is weird.
Let's not make it more complicated.
Honestly, thank you. Okay, any public comment on this? Seeing none. Commissioners, you okay if we take it to the vote? Okay, let's do it. Brandy?
Hello?
Oh. Yes, Commissioner Gametos?
No, nothing. Go on, go with the vote.
Oh, okay.
she said yes.
Go ahead. The voice from
Commissioner
above.
Gameros,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaparro, Chair Shaldro Hernandez.
Yes. Motion carries. Final plat is approved.
And thank
Go
you for
forth and
your
prosper.
patience of
Thank
staying
you.
with us all day. We appreciate it.
Okay, moving on, we do have commission input follow-up. Commissioners, anything?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Vice Chair.
Just real quick, I'd just like to thank all the residents and community members that stopped by today. It did my heart so good to see our public engaged. Y para las personas quienes se unieron con nosotros por medio de WebEx o YouTube, mil gracias por acompañarnos.
Okay. Moving on, we do have correspondence. Brandy?
We have one.
Okay.
That is Eva Samaniego versus Doña Ana County.
Awesome. Thank you, ma'am. Okay, last but not least, we do have a closed session on the agenda today. So I move that the board convene in closed session to discuss, pardon me, I'm sorry, to discuss a limited personnel matter, the purchase, acquisition, or disposal of real property and water rights, and to discuss information that is covered by attorney-client privilege pertaining to threatened or pending litigation as authorized by the Open Meetings Act, Section 10-15-1, H278, and NMSA 1978. Do we have a second? Second. Okay, that was a motion and a second to go into closed session. Brandy, roll call us in.
Commissioner Gomeros? Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaparro?
Yes.
Chair Shaldo Hernandez?
Yes, we are in closed session. I don't believe we will be coming out of closed session to make any decisions today. So Brandy, you're off the hook. Okay?
Make sure we got to sign all.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, welcome back. It is 3:39. We are back from closed session, and I just want to say, let the record reflect that nothing was discussed in closed session other than the items in the motion that put us into closed session. And with that, we are currently adjourned. Thank you so much for tuning in today.